Thank you for joining the Cpdc meeting of Monday, May 12th, 2025. I am Community Development Director Andrew McNichol. To my right from staff is also Senior Planner Olivia Knightley. The board will run their standard hybrid meeting here tonight, so we have participants both here in person in the room and those on the Zoom. In person from the board tonight, going from my left to right, members John Arena, Tom Armstrong, Guy Mangianello, John Weston, Chair Heather Klisch, and Vice Chair Hillary Mative. Everybody's in person tonight. So the board will run likely their standard operating procedure in that an applicant will present their application to the board. The board will provide comment and question back to the applicant and then open for public comment from there. If you do have public comment, please raise your hand so the chair can acknowledge you. Please speak your name and address into the record for your initial public comment so we can capture that. If you are on the Zoom, please use the raise hand feature found under reactions, or if your camera is off, simply wave your hand and we'll try to capture you that way for the chair. We will have to ask you to unmute on the Zoom, so just be cognizant of that as well. You can type in the chat, it will go directly to us as hosts, but we encourage you to use the raise hand feature if you can help it. There's a sign-in sheet in the corner here. If you haven't done so already, please sign in. Otherwise, this meeting is being recorded and broadcasted on RCTV on all local channels.
Okay, thank you. So our first item is a request to continue the public hearing for the subdivision application at 0 Harold Avenue.
Yep, so the applicant is still ongoing with rights of access negotiations or conversations with the butters to work through that. I think you might have seen in the email chain my note that this application has gotten over 12 months on the Cpdc agenda with about 3 updates to date. If the board wishes for a more substantial update or even the conversation around a withdrawal, if it doesn't seem like this is coming soon, you're in your right to ask for that. I just wanted to make that flag.
Was any reason given for the further delay?
Just ongoing conversations in relation to what is rights of access from a private way of Harold Ave to the site. Seems those just haven't settled yet, either in the courts or with the abutters directly.
Do we have an obligation to ask them to come in before we close, or insist that we close the proceedings?
Yeah, they would typically come in or agree. If you wanted to request a withdrawal without prejudice, you can request it and I can shoot those emails, but typically they would come in for that conversation so they can provide the update.
I think having it on our agenda for a year and starting every meeting with a continuance is a long time. That's my opinion. Others here? I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on with the access, and I suppose at this point I would like to know, are they still trying to persuade people or are they just finishing up paperwork?
Sure, I will ask for them to come for June for an update.
Anybody disagree with that?
I think that's fair.
Yeah. So we do need to have a motion to continue the application I'll just make the motion here. I'm just going to take it into my own hands.
Point of order. This predates me, so I don't think I can actually vote on it, right?
Likely not.
Yeah.
For that record too, we have gone back to double check that there's enough voting members if they were to come back to discuss. There is right now, but there are some members who have filed Mullen Rule forms. Any future turnover, whatever may happen, could leave that in question.
So yeah, what happens if, right, what happens if they continue
and we can't
get a quorum?
We would have to reach another continuance if that's the case. If it's going to be an ongoing voting quorum issue, it would likely require a withdrawal and reapplication.
Yeah, well, if we had some new members and then if we continue to have new members, then that never gets resolved because they would have been around longer than, you know, than a quorum of the board.
And then a quorum of the members who are able to vote on it.
Yeah,
Which I think
So-
at that point, a reapplication would be necessary.
So yeah,
But-
this predates,
I guess, right, what I just want to make sure that we don't get into a position of is them, right, getting an approval because because they've waited us out or waited out the board members.
I'll double check
you
the
know,
legality of that, but
No quorum at the present time? To hear it out?
yes.
Yes.
we
Yes.
do.
It's 3 or
I think Hillary
Three.
So
and
quorum is
Tom
3.
was included on that.
But voting quorum for that application can depend on Mullen rules, who missed more than one hearing, who was available for at least
It's even
no
worse,
less than one of those hearings, so
it's
on.
even worse than that. If somebody's absent, you don't have a quorum, so I mean, you're already in jeopardy.
Yeah.
I'll double check the legalities on it if that were to happen, but I would imagine the town has, because we have written communication on ongoing continuances, that would back us up.
Yeah, and that's something we can discuss in June also. Whether we're encouraging them to withdraw and come back when we can start anew. Alrighty, any other discussion on that?
So you need a second to your
Yes.
motion? I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. None opposed and 1 abstaining. Okay, our next item is the continued public hearing for the Birch Meadow Park Phase 2 site plan review.
Okay, I believe town engineer Ryan Percival is online, as well as the architectural design consultants. Ryan, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I'm gonna lower you a little bit because I can
Yes,
hear
we
you
can.
too well.
Great audio, although, and I did see, Andrew, you probably didn't, well, you may have seen it because it was on the screen, somebody said they couldn't use the raise hand feature. So somehow we'll need to,
Sometimes people
I don't
chat
know why this
the
happens.
screen and not us.
Dave Sweeter
oh,
noted he can't find the raise hand feature, so I'll be sure to make sure he's heard during the public comment for Birch Meadow.
okay,
Activitas, I can give you screen share permission. You guys should be good to go.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'm not able to come on camera, correct?
you should be able to, right? We see your name.
Able to. Give me 1 second here. Try it now.
There we go. So thank you for having us back. We're excited to show the updated plan set. So I think we'll start off with just the rendering here. We took all the comments we heard back from CPDC, more importantly, what I felt as though to be the biggest takeaway, which was the topic of the crosswalk that came up to look for a safer crossing. We analyzed the crossing that's there now. It is fine for stopping distances, however, it's not ideal by any means. And we adjusted the crosswalk to just go across and then cross at the opposite side of the street, which gives us for a lot more stopping distance. And I think for just a better overall flow of that intersection. So we take that crossing out of the turning movement. The only downside to that is they'd have to cross the street and come back over to the sidewalk. But that does set us up for something in the future if we ever add sidewalk on the northern side of Hartshorn. The other change that we had is we removed the parking in its entirety, somewhere around the number 3. Yep, exactly right there. Thanks, Steve. We didn't eliminate the parking. We just adjusted the parking that we have right now at Bancroft. We added accessible parking there and made that accessibility from those spots there. So that reduced the overall impervious area. and remove that parking away from that neighborhood area, which we heard a lot of comments about from the public. Those trees are remaining on the Bancroft side. That was also another comment that we had heard, so we addressed that. The walkways did change a little bit to make those accommodations. But overall, nothing else has changed on the plan except for those minor changes. So that's pretty much it. Any further questions? I'm happy to answer any.
Questions from the group?
I have a question, sort of not on this plan, but in our package well, actually, the title of the document is listed as, it's from Activitas, listed as, 5/12/25 Cpdc. And on the third slide, it highlights the project site that are in your plans and that are on this page, but it also, and maybe it's on this too, right? It also highlights the Rise Playground. We haven't talked about the Rise Playground, and I guess that I by inference here, right, because I do see that's numbered there, that you are going to do something different to that. My question is, especially with what we heard in town meeting, which is also not on this plan, which I'm sure we're going to hear about from public comment, is the permanent portable classrooms that are going to go on here. How do all those now, the two playgrounds and the portable classroom, how do those all relate to each other?
I believe
in terms of use, right? In terms of use, and travel back and forth, that sort of thing.
Sure. So the plan that's sitting in front of you here is specifically just this playground and the basketball courts, and that's this project here. As the Rise Playground and those modular units, as they fit in, they're not part of this facility, so to speak. They're more or less neighbors to our project, and came out of the Killam School project. Steve, I don't know if you have a prior plan that may have been filed with conservation that might show sort of the relation.
For the
just as the modulars sit sort of on site with this project, just might give them an overall idea of how those look.
I can dig that up in 1 second.
Okay. But to answer your question, the modulars and the Rise play, they're separate. They're not commingled in the sense that they're connected in any way. The modulars sit on the southern side of this parking lot that you see here for the Rise, and the modifications that we're doing to the Rise Playground is basically a resurfacing, and that is being added onto this project for cost efficiencies. So we can have one.
Are you asking about the use though?
Well, no, right? Right, you're saying different things. So the Rise Playground is part of this project. You are resurfacing that as part of this, right? Cost efficiencies, but
yes.
So
yes,
does that mean
correct?
Does that mean the playground equipment is staying there, right? Because it's not. I can tell you, it's not appropriate for Rise, that playground, even though it's installed there. So is something happening with that?
Playground equipment will be coming out.
Okay. So but that's
Rise,
not. So that's not part of this project. But you're resurfacing it as part of this project. Really my concern, and this goes back to the coordination that we've had on some other project involving the school department and Activitas. There was a major disconnect, right, on the Imagination Station one and a component of this project, and I just hope that isn't happening here with like pieces, right? Where you're not presenting a full plan, or you're presenting pieces, and then right, like around the same time we're getting this sort of notification that there's a structure going on in the middle of here. And I guess really what I'm getting at, and I'm pointing to you, Heather, is that right where I want to make sure that we understand is the flow between all of these, right? And if we're approving walkways and paths and, crosswalks or no crosswalks, and you're doing all these things where you're going to have kids moving back and forth between different playgrounds and classrooms, let's make sure that we're doing it appropriately so that Activitas is talking with the school committee or whoever's doing that, and we lay it out right the first time instead of saying, whoops, like we did before.
Yeah, this prompts a question.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
can I just
Ryan.
comment there for 1 second? I'm a little confused with the comment about Imagination Station and there being something miscommunication there.
There was I don't want to go back into that, but there was a major miscommunication that no one from this design team talked to the school and really understood how pick up and drop off work there. We had sort of I think it was like a last minute change in the way that the entrance, right, got gated and got designed. And so there was just this
Because of the impact
to the school crossing.
So Ryan, this prompts a question that I'm sorry I didn't quite catch last time, although I was curious last meeting about the connection between the Rise playground area, the portables, and this. I guess my question is the Rise playground going away, and what playground will they use?
The Rise Playground, and to my understanding, we're just doing the resurfacing as part of this project, but the Rise Playground is going to stay in place. The playground equipment will be removed, but the play surface by itself will be there. So it's not going away.
Is there new equipment to be installed, or is it just going to become a?
No, it'll be an open area to run around in.
I recall seeing sample equipment that was to be reinstalled was it this last meeting? We discussed.
For the playground on the left, at the top lot. They're referring to the Rise Playground, which is adjacent to the school.
You point to it on the map?
Right over there.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
So Ryan, right, like I understand that that's not your project, right? That's a school committee project. It just worries me that there's not
Coordination.
There's may not be coordination going on there.
No, that's I don't believe that's a true statement. We've been working with the school and facilities on coordinating these two efforts as we got through this process and the school committee decided that they wanted to move their modulars as part of the Killam School. We immediately acted and sat down with them. GNAP, Hancock came up with just to make sure construction-wise that we were able to do this work. And we met with facilities as well. We did present these. They did latch on to our NOI for the purposes of that they were in the jurisdictional area. So we did help them out with that. But besides that, they're not really associated with the facility as you see here. That being said, I mean, you could see the walkways as they go through. They're sitting on the back of the hill with the modulars. There's connectivity there. Just not direct connectivity because there's no way to do that with the hill and have it be accessible. So it's around the corner. The Rise Playground is not going away. It's staying there. The equipment, yes, is not the appropriate equipment, so that will be removed.
I'm just going to jump in, Ryan. Just one piece of equipment is being removed.
Correct.
Yes, there are a few other pieces of equipment that will remain. And that project, the resurfacing, we had been coordinating with facilities in the school department for the last couple of years on that. We did put it out to bid and no one bid on it. So collectively, we agreed that it would make more sense to combine it with this project to make it more appealing.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to beat a dead horse here, right? Like I hear you saying that the construction and the facilities people are coordinating, and I don't doubt that. And you did on Imagination Station too. I'm really more concerned about the functioning and the functionality, and make sure that you know that there's no right. I said, like, do they plan on? Is there some understanding that they're going to start using this playground? You know, the school's going to start using this playground over on Bancroft and have to tromps back and forth. I guess that's really would be my concern. And
Yeah,
if that's the case, I don't know if there's a problem with that, but it just seems like we're not really laying this out to make that happen.
And that's actually part of where my mind is now going also. Thank you, John, for prompting that. So is the portable, that rectangle, is it going to, on this map, to the right of the tennis courts?
The basketball courts? Yes.
The basketball courts. And so the pathway, there's a pathway on this one that is not on the rest of our site plan that we're reviewing. And I guess I'm also kind of feeling like, okay, so we're kind of reviewing kind of a truncated site plan. And so on this one, the pathway goes to the parking lot, but not over to the basketball courts and the other areas.
It wouldn't be accessible to make it to connect that path.
So they'll be crossing over the road to go use the existing playground. I guess what I'm a little bit befuddled here, because it's like I don't want to necessarily have our site plan review here creep, but it kind of by nature is, because we're reviewing a portion of the flow of the site, but not the entire thing for the actual work that's going to be going on.
Well, I respectfully disagree a little bit here. I mean, I understand how you're looking at the overall site, and yes, the rise modulars are there. Those rise modulars are there to access the school and have a connection point between the school. This facility is by itself with the tot lot, so it was never designed to commingle with the modulars. So if the school by chance has that as an idea that they're going to do, that's never been brought up to the town in any way.
So
their modulars were being brought in here to make room for the Kiln School project for their geothermal and to get the construction going. And this is the only location that they had that sort of really came out within the last couple months, honestly, and is plopped here.
But the intention is probably to keep them there, right?
That was said
like
at town meeting.
Yeah.
It said those.
Yeah, I mean, I that's what I heard at town meeting as well. I mean, I don't want to speak for the school, but my intent is that there's about 10 to 15 years left on these modulars. So I would assume that they're going to use the entirety of that lifespan.
So Ryan, and I get what you're saying here, right? The problem that we have is that, you know, the town of Reading, right? Kudos to you all, right? You don't need to come to Cpdc. I think that when you do, you end up with a better project. You may think otherwise, but it also provides a forum for the community to chime in. The school committee does not do the same thing, you know, or at least not consistently. And so, right, like we are looking from, right, when all this gets built, we are looking right now on this plan, like we only get to comment on or really think through half of it. It's the half that you know, the town came in to Cpdc, and that I don't have any faith that the school committee will. So that's really right, that we don't know, right? This is we're shooting in the dark here on what their intent on use is, and it just seems obvious that if you're putting Rise classrooms in there and you're building, you know, these other facilities there could be some intent to use the new facilities. Maybe there isn't, but we don't know because they don't come to us.
Yeah, not to cut you off. I'm sorry.
that's
I don't
I'm done.
disagree with you in any way. I don't. Although I am looking at this plan and I am actually curious. I don't know if we can bring up an aerial or something else different, Steve, but is there a crosswalk that crosses the other aisle of that parking lot? And if so, that would have connectivity to the walkways that'll be accessible all the way down.
There is, yeah, if I can,
So that might help answer that question, John, a little bit, and Heather is how is that connectivity? It's pre-existing, so I think you might have connectivity there.
Ryan, the northern point of the parking lot, does it not yet? That right there, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So
we're adding one here, so that would be.
it'd be long. However, that would be an accessible route to the tot lot area. So I guess to answer your question, if they do decide to utilize that playground as part of their curriculum or whatever their recess, there is an ability to access that in an accessible way, just going over 2 crosswalks. Now, if we were to go straight out from that and try to get into our walkway on the right-hand side of those basketball courts, we wouldn't be able to do that without stairs, and it wouldn't be accessible.
So Ryan, there's gradation there from the parking lot down to.
Oh, yeah. Steve, I don't know if you have that plan set available with the topo on there. It might be a little easier for them to see.
Right, yeah. So
Yeah, so
it seems inherent to me that the kids, if they did bring them out there, they'd be walking them a lot, because they're not gonna walk them through the parking lot, or maybe they would, I don't know. Is the parking lot gonna be usable, or once they're there, it's no longer for parking?
my understanding is that pickup and drop off will happen in the same fashion. They'll come around in one circular motion, drop the children off or whatever they do in those modulars, and then during school time, if they were to use the crosswalks, they would use the crosswalks to cross the parking lot. Now, that has less traffic by far than a roadway. So that probably wouldn't be a difficult crossing to make with children.
So it seems reasonable to say that they're gonna walk from the modular north to that path and then access the facilities, right?
For an accessible pathway. Now, what they do other than that, but that would be the accessible route that, as I see it right now, existing condition. It's just the unfortunate thing on this plan, the piece that was added on by Hancock and GNAP was they didn't add that crosswalk in there. So in a sense, as far as a site plan is, that there's no connectivity there, but as we see on the aerial, there is connectivity. Does that sort of help with that fluidity issue in any way? I know it's hard because I'm speaking for the school project.
Yeah, it is hard. It's
Yes.
kind of like, it's like a note to self to, I don't know, get better at. from
I
what
think
I'm
if
requesting,
this
is
makes any
to
sense
provide
at all,
information too.
I don't see any other way to have made that connectivity anyway with those grading issues if you want to keep it accessible.
Unless you put stairs in.
Correct, and then it wouldn't be accessible as far as what by definition.
Is that a fence that surrounds that building also?
No, what they show there, because this is a conservation, this was for the Concom, that's erosion control.
Got it, all right, thank you.
And so,
All right.
so I think if it helps, I would say that that's probably your accessible route, regardless because of the grades. So I'm not sure if that would have been any different.
Okay.
Sorry, I wish I had a better answer for you for that project, but I think the upside is there is connectivity there.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah,
I mean,
I see
yeah,
that.
I see that. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, definitely a great points. I agree with you. Do you want to go back to our change plans and then?
So
So I have a question. So on the previous plans, you were showing additional parking spaces and now you're taking 2 of the existing parking spaces to turn them accessible. Is that what you're showing in this plan?
Yeah, so we're changing one of the, well, it ends up being 2 spaces because one will go to an ADA space, and then the right-hand side will go to a van aisle. So it becomes 2 spaces.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Is there any tie-in between the portables and the electrification of, under this project? Or likewise
No.
drainage, stormwater drainage?
No, they sit independent of themselves. All the utilities are independent. They'll come off the back end. Our stormwater is independent of that. Our electric is independent of them.
Thank you. No comments.
Okay. Anybody not ready to proceed and approve this?
I think we have the comment.
Public comment, thank you, I'm just like, sorry, public, yeah, we probably have Mr. Sweetser on,
I'm here.
thank you.
So are we ready for public comment?
Yes, please.
So has anyone from the town spoken to the residents at 103 and 104 Hartshorn Street, where the new crosswalk landings are being placed?
Not currently, no.
Okay, so they're not aware of what's happening there unless they are just happen to be on the public meetings. Okay, so I think I would suggest that you probably have that conversation.
We'll certainly have that conversation if the permit gets approved.
Okay,
Uh,
so
So, pardon me, Mr. Sweetser, so are you saying, well, what's on my mind also is that they haven't had the opportunity to necessarily to know about this.
well, these plans are brand new as of tonight's meeting.
Yeah.
And those residents are not aware of what's happening at that intersection. So they just need to be in the loop and communicated with.
Well, if I make comment, they have received notification of these meetings, and they know there was a continuance. This is a direct change from a comment that was made by the commission here. It is safer, and it is also a change that was brought up by the community during the community forum.
Okay, well, let's not labor the point.
Okay.
So at that intersection where those landings are being placed, okay, there is existing 45-degree curbing that exists. The neighbors would like to have that vertical curbing, that 45-degree curbing modified to vertical curbing to interface with the new landings. Is that possible?
There'll be curbing that comes down Bancroft on that property side and then loop right into the wheelchair ramps.
So did you see my email, Andrew?
I just got it before the meeting, yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. On both left and right side of that landing, and through that landing at the current moment, there is 45-degree curbing.
I think there's some asphalt curbing that exists out there right now.
No, that is all granite curbing set at 45 degrees. So what we're asking as neighbors, or what they are asking as neighbors, is to have that 45-degree curbing modified to vertical curbing to interface with the new landings.
Where is this location in particular, Dave?
If you want, I can share the screen, I can show you.
No, are you talking, is it on Bancroft or is it on Hartshorn?
So at that intersection, you see the landings there on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Left and right of that are existing 45-degree granite curbings.
Talking this curbing here.
It looks to me like, Ryan, right, that it was angled.
It's some
granite
buried
curb
slope
now-
curbing.
Yeah, that's now sort of buried.
Yeah, that'll all be taken out when we do.
We don't want to take it out, we want it changed to vertical. We don't want it out.
Depending on the depth of it, what we're proposing is that'll come out and we'll reuse it if we can, but
Yeah.
we're showing vertical curving, transition at the curb cut, and
So-
then vertical along Bancroft going down.
So what we're asking is where the 45-degree curbing it currently exists, to make it vertical curbing, right?
That's
Into your plan. It's just a reasonable request for that intersection.
Yeah, Dave, we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. When we do that landing over, the curbing will all be reset and redone.
So it will match the existing curve that's currently granted.
More than likely, what you'll end up seeing is that slope curbing will be removed in its entirety because it's buried and will just be transitioned and replaced with vertical.
Okay, well, that's what they're asking for, okay?
Yep.
That makes perfectly good sense. So the other thing that you may or may not know is that where the new walkway terminates at what you think is the end of Longwood Road. You want to put that back up on the plan? So you see where the walkway ends at what you think is Longwood Ave?
Yep.
Right there? That is not in fact Longwood Ave, that's ending at a piece of private property. That is not Longwood Ave.
We can certainly remove that walkway.
I'm just giving you some information.
Oh, no, we're aware of that. That was a request by
You should have,
the
yeah,
Conservation Commission.
yeah, no, I understand. If you're thinking that people can cross private property to use that walkway, you'd be mistaken. Anyway, so that's just a comment. And the other thing that is probably fair knowledge for the public is during construction, high school kids will not be able to move from Hartshorn Street to the high school along that wetland edge. That's going to become closed, similar to what happened with Coolidge in the Phase 1 project. So just so you're forearmed, right, forewarned, you're going to hear complaints because the kids can't move across that. And there's a lot of kids coming from our neighborhood that attend that high school. So anyway, it's just a point of information, right?
We can look at a means to convey.
Yeah, there's the only two. There's walking around the tennis courts or walking all the way up and around Longwood Ave and down that way.
Well, we'll take a look and see how much room we have on that wetland edge there and see if there's something we can do with moving the fence 4 feet off of that.
So anyway, those are my comments. I just would like to encourage you to make the 45-degree curbing, vertical curbing. We'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay. Anyone not ready to approve this? Okay.
Can share on screen just for all to see. So we drafted this decision that summarizes the submittals to date, the applicability of the minor site plan, zoom in a little bit, an overview of the project, which tonight I had misread the plans actually, so I didn't realize it was converting existing parking spaces to that ADA space. Good point of clarification. So I adjusted the parking improvement language here in A to reflect that. Otherwise, we just summarize the playground renovations, walkway, landscape, lighting, and drainage, which, as Ryan mentioned, is captured entirely on site. Conservation did approve the project and is issuing an order of conditions. And then the other adjustment I made in the conditions was really just to be more reflective of those connection points. I just added, I can change this title here, but just better new communication with the school administration for review and implementation of possible additional connection points, maybe right-of-way improvements to that parking lot or other abutting ways. And if any traffic regulations are necessary to look at in relation to that. That was a modification of an existing condition that was in there, but just trying to reflect what we heard tonight.
And for the, if you go up, it's the section before the, during construction, can we add in something about the connectivity to the high school during construction? That's, I think that's a very important part, because there's a lot of traffic across there.
It's a really important connection, yeah, it's a good point.
I can work on this tomorrow. I can add some detail to that.
Okay. What's that?
It feels like there's a big stack of chairs and we have people in the hall.
Oh, yeah.
There is a big stack of chairs?
There's 2 stacks back there.
Probably add another row maybe here.
Yeah, if you all would like to, there's some chairs there. We just shouldn't block the entrance, of course. What's that?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe like around the side. I think you could add 2 chairs.
How about we could add 2 back there? Thank you, seat for everybody. Are we at the end of the?
We are. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That'd be
I'll make a motion to approve the minor site plan decision for 0 Birch Meadow Drive as presented.
Second.
Okay, and I heard a second from Guy, so all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, unopposed, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
try and
Hey, before you leave, like, I know I sounded super negative. I think this will be awesome. Like, good, really good job, right? It's just all in the, working out those details at the end. But
It didn't feel negative at all. I completely understand where you're coming from.
Good stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up, we have the continued public hearing for 346, 348 Main Street, the special permit and site plan review.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the applicant, Park Realty Trust on this matter. With me tonight is Jim Jolly, representative of the Trust. Also online is Steve Furia from Phoenix Architects, and Chris York from GTI Engineering Group. Steve is our architect, and Chris is our site civil engineer on this matter. They provided information and testimony to the Commission throughout the process. But late last meeting, it was rather late if you recall, we presented a parking plan. It stated that we were committed to have 1 vehicle per residential unit. We went through that in detail. We also had or included flex dual use parking spaces for the commercial units the end of the meeting, we had what I looked at as a very productive discussion that the commission appreciated very much, kind of told us where you stood on this, on certain aspects of the proposal. And first of all, we walked away where you seemed satisfied with the commercial percentage component of the project, where it stands at this point. You would ask for a turning template on one of the compact spaces, which has now been submitted with a revised site plan to show how that works. If you need some detail on that, of course we can have to go through that. We also expressed concerns with the residential unit density. Not comfortable with that, I should say, as to where it stood. As you know, the residential unit density proposed was 15 units. We also wanted some research done on the ability of to waive certain requirements under the bylaw in the project, including parking and loading requirements, to determine the feasibility for that. So since that last meeting, we've had an opportunity to look at some of those concerns and questions and hopefully address them on the plans that have been submitted, or be able to address them specifically tonight. As I mentioned, we revised the site plan and we put a turning template on there. We've added an EV-ready parking space underneath the building in anticipation that will be completed at some point, so it would all be wired and ready to go at this point. We've added a loading space under the building, and admittedly that will only accommodate regular size type vans. It's anticipated that this project will have the majority of loading and offloading on Park Ave, which is what takes place for the residential project right across the street. It works with no issues. What we did do, what I think is of significance, we reduced the residential density from 15 to 13 units in an effort to satisfy the commission in that regard. The makeup would be 13 total units, 3 one-bedrooms, and 10 two-bedrooms. We're only looking for a waiver now of 4 parking spaces, 4 with 15 units, 6 parking spaces, so now we're down to requesting a waiver of 4. I think it's also important to note that 2 units that are being reduced are fair market value units. So they are not affordable units. The number of affordable units on this project will not be impacted at all by the reduction that we made to 2. So it is a significant reduction for the owner of the property, because as you know, that's just going to hold off a lot of time those fair market value units. As far as the ability to waive parking and loading requirements and other requirements under 5.6, I think it's pretty clear. I had a chance to look at that. I've talked to staff on that. There's a provision in your bylaw. It's under 5.6.7.7. Which states upon the request of the applicant, Cpdc may consider waiving dimensional and/or other requirements from 5.6.8. That's clearly a typo. It should be 7, because there is no provision in your bylaw that relates to this section of the bylaw. We've had discussion to staff on that. And 6.0, table 6.3, to promote design flexibility and achieve appropriate density, affordability, mix of uses, or design quality, if it finds that being a commission, such waivers maintain the intent, purpose, and objectives of these sections. The provisions of 5.6.8 should be 7.2, or 5.6.83 should be 7.3 shall not be paid. Those deal with the commercial component, having a commercial component in the project. That can't be waived, although you can waive the percentage. You can't totally waive that. And then 5.6.7.3 cannot meet the requirements. So it's clear that really the way this is written, it gives your commission the discretion. Certainly not the requirement, but if you decide you want to, the ability to waive virtually any requirements and this provision of the bylaw. So we hope that these changes are the satisfaction of the board. If they are, we would proceed to revise the parking plan that we submitted to work in sync with the new number of residential residential units, so to coincide with that number and obviously work with staff on a draft decision. If not satisfactory, as we've stated all along, we're committed to continue to try to work with the commission to get to a point that everybody is finding common ground on this. But we think that at least we, put a good faith effort to try to address the decision. We're happy to answer any questions you have, present the plans in detail. The exterior of the building is not changing. Maybe a couple of window locations, unlike the next. But as far as the elevation goes, this change doesn't have any impact of substance whatsoever.
Thank you. So how many parking spaces per unit is there now?
So we have 20 parking spaces. So in this 24 would be required.
Be about 1.54 per unit.
1.54 per unit, that's the number I was looking for, thank you. Questions from board?
One thought that comes to my mind is whether or not the number of parking spaces can be tied to each unit so that there's no excess created. In other words, if units 1, 2, and 3 are deeded with one spot maximum, then you could arithmetically allocate the available spots over the number of units and not have an excess or a dearth. It may not be compliant with the bylaws, but you don't have the problem of more cars trying to fit in there than is possible. I'm trying to make it so that if you want a unit, it's not dissimilar to what some of the over 55 units do with parking for the same reason.
And you had a parking agreement as part of this.
That's right.
Right?
Okay, we presented that and we have to be revised, but in essence, what we're doing is we're committing that there'll be a restriction on each unit, that each unit can only have one vehicle contributing to that.
So then there are spaces for guests, essentially.
There would be, and that would need to be finalized, that would be something that we would have to go back with staff and work on modifying that parking plan.
Okay.
But there would be extra spaces.
So the project's for sale project.
It's anticipated that it will be, yeah, I mean, either way, it would either be restriction in the condominium documents or it would be restriction in the lease.
Right.
So the way we present the parking plan is it could work either way.
You're not quite getting at John's point. John's point, I think, is in the lease, will it say you are assigned parking space 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it would be, in the parking plan we provided, it has a requirement to label those spaces, number them, maintain them. And it would be, the way we structured it, would be, if it was a rental, for example, it would be right in the lease. It would be a violation of the lease if they didn't comply. We would have to provide a parking plan to the town, building department, so there's a correlation to what spaces are assigned where with registration numbers, et cetera, so they could have spot checks, and we provided that there would be access to your commission or the Inspection Services Department for enforcement, so they could actually go on and take a look at the spaces. That's supposed to be registration number, plate number, it's not.
I don't think the police can they can enforce that, right? That's not us.
Private property.
We can give you the right to I mean, that would be an enforcement action by the building department. We certainly can give you the right to go on the property.
Respond to a complaint, nothing else.
Are you sure the police want to enforce that?
That was more around, yeah. I don't think they want to be policing those matters. That's more for the building owners to deal with. But
Yeah.
Andrew, can we pull up the?
Yeah.
Thanks.
John, I see that.
Then we provided a flex concept for the commercial spaces that in off hours that they would be made available to visitors.
Right.
Which works great at night time.
Did you have a question, Guy?
I just want to.
Sorry, how would you regulate the Park Ave? You would say like 2-hour parking, 8 to 4 p.m. or something so that it opens? Is that what you're saying?
No, we won't regulate it. I mean, that's, you know, other neighbors can park there, we can't control that. I would say we'd be regulating our on-site spaces.
You said commercial spaces.
The commercial spaces on property.
Gotcha.
Are we still classifying that one in the angle as 2 parking spots?
So I'm gonna have Chris, yeah, I don't think we got
I think
it.
it's
Chris,
one.
did you address that space with Attorney Template? That's one spot, right? Are you online?
Yeah, it's one.
Can you ask him to unmute?
Yeah, we're just counting that as one space.
In the street.
No, it's underneath. It's right there.
No, okay. That was the mystery big corner.
That was a mystery. We have 20 spaces on site.
The interesting thing, right, I mean, right,
It's 20.
is that
Oh, sorry.
we've actually gone up in bedrooms. Right, this is the game, right? It used to have 21 bedrooms as a mix between 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom spaces, and now we have 23 bedrooms because there's more 2 bedrooms, and I don't know how you end up with more bedrooms, but game 2, yeah.
But you
Yeah.
So.
Right, and so as that relates to parking, right, that you're right, there's you know, could be worse, could be better, right? You don't know what that mix of car to 2 bedroom is.
So what,
Has the density of the building changed at all? Or is it just the layout, interior layouts? Have you reduced the size of the building? Or is the massing of the building the same? So square footage wise, it's the same.
I'm correct on that, Steve, right? That's all I can think of. Steve DeFury, are you there?
I'm here, sorry, I was muted. That's correct. The square footage and the size of the building is still the same, even with the reduction of units.
As far as parking with the bedroom counts, the bylaw does not differentiate between 1 and 2, it's 1.25 per unit.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, you know, and again, our parking plan is committed to, we don't care if it's a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, they're gonna be limited to 1.
So
Right, I just said that I just wanted people to understand like what was changed, so.
So this decouples the parking slots to unit count, which is not the case in, say, a condominium with on-street parking or public parking. This is private property. So with 13 units and 20 slots, you'll have no more than 13 filled by owners of these condominiums. The balance of 7, that's all the commercial parking or guest parking, some combination.
Yeah, 7 is required for the commercial, so technically it would be like, you know, that's where the fine tuning can be. We don't think we need 7 for the commercial. Jim, what do you think the proper number?
No, we allocate 3 all along, and you know, at times you might need a 4th, and the opening of the park, technically, I only have that road, but we've used it forever, you know, I used to park a ton of my equipment out there. Lately, there's been more cars, so I've been keeping my equipment on construction equipment inside of the lot. So I fully anticipate during the day, their car flow, they're gone. It's a working apartment building. So there's probably three or four cars here during the day, and then they come back between 5 and 8 o'clock at night.
Your intention is that the 7 remaining slots would be flexible, either commercial or guest, without specification.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, I'm not quite the math magician that John Arena is. Can we just go over this? So we have 20 spaces on site, 3 are for residential. So, so 3 are for commercial. So that's 17 left over. So that's not 1.5 spaces for residential on site.
So if I went by 13 units, only it's 1 space per unit.
So it's 1 space per unit,
All
and
units
that's
is
why we need the waiver, because 1.25 is required. Right,
But we're forcing them to fit into 1.
yes. Plus, so that would be like 13 units, and then there's 4 left over for their friends.
There's 7 left over. 20 slots total minus 13.
So when we visit.
Well, so 20 minus the 3, like during the day on a Saturday, right? 20 minus the 3 for commercial. That gets you 17. Minus the 13 that are dedicated to the residences, because it's 1 per unit, so you have 4 left over for guests, like on a Saturday when you're doing business.
But I thought I heard they weren't distinguishing between the commercial and guest to give more flexibility to the population.
Only during off hours.
We can do.
Essentially, we use 2 other spaces for about 6 hours a week. Some weeks 8 hours a week for admin. Everything is done online in business now.
Yeah.
That's it. Just the way the business is going, like a lot of businesses.
And none of that count is including the on-street parking anymore. We had some discussion very early on.
We anticipated looking at the 300 square feet per commercial space. Our space that we're actually gonna use on the first floor is under 800. We anticipate only needing 3, and with the flex spots, if we need a 4 or whatever, but it'll be very rare. Because the basement area is gonna be all storage, which I can put a restriction in.
I just wanna make sure we are all on the same page with the numbers that we're talking about.
Parking spaces for residential, 1 for each unit, and then 3 visitor parking spaces full-time, and then 4 flex.
Well, and that also includes 1 ADA space, right? So it's really, if you're not including the ADA space, which needs to be dedicated to somebody who needs the ADA space, it's like, okay.
That could be assigned to a unit person, or
Right.
to a visitor or.
I'm just thinking, and I'm thinking aside from the bylaw, which of course we need to follow and do the necessary waivers, like practically speaking, that kind of means 3+ guest spaces, like, a non-handicapped person isn't going to use the handicap spot.
My question in asking you if it was for sale or for rent earlier was to know, because I feel like an HOA has more teeth to enact if the parking's being abused, whereas if it's a for rent building, we're really leaning on a landlord to be regulating this on a regular basis. And yeah, I think we're all have to belabor it, but it's not always you don't always have the time, right, to sit there and be monitoring parking, right? It's, to be fair to everybody. It may be different in Jim's case because he's actively working out of that space, so he may have a little more. But that was my question, because I think I'd have less concern if I knew for certain it was for sale, because I think an HOA.
The way it's going in that direction strictly because, and you can probably attest to this, getting financing on a rental building right now is very difficult. They wanna know you're gonna do something to reduce the amount of debt. That's the commercial lenders, there's a lot of commercial lenders in trouble. And so they're shying away a little bit from, unless you have an existing building with a huge amount of equity in it, new construction financing, very difficult to get. I haven't given up yet, but it's very difficult.
If it were for sale, there'd be a homeowners association or some sort of.
Yes.
While we're on the parking, I have one other question. If we could pull the plan back up. Notice that the trash has what looks like a couple barn doors or something that opens up. It's accessible to the roadway, and then there's a parking spot in front of it. How are we dealing with that? Because
That's the old parking spot. That's not a new parking spot.
But it's still so that's going away.
Yes.
So there'll be no parking signs on there saying you cannot park.
So those 3 existing parking spots were not there till a year ago.
Oh.
But what happened was the tenants were just lining up and blocking our entry. So we talked about it, so let's just put them here. And we get much less violation, and when we do, the Reading police are great, they come and just give them a quick note, and that's the end of it, and they typically find it, because there's plenty of parking for that building next door. But because of where the door is on Park, it's a beehive mentality, everybody wants to be near the door. So there can be 8 spaces right around the corner in the front, and they'll park right next to the door and pack it in, you know?
So,
But it's helped. They've been, you know, they used to own the Washington building over here, and they just recently sold that. And the original owner, Mr. Sullivan, I've known for 45 years, great guy, and they do a good job managing the property. So they just give notices to people, let them know to use the parking where it's lined.
so how many spots do we have? Because I don't see it nominated on the plan. How many spots do we have covered?
20.
Under the building, there's 20 there?
Correct. Chris, I'm right on that.
No, he's talking about the ones outside.
No, under the building.
Well, you go under the building to get to the rear units, but they're outside.
Okay, within the footprint of
Within
the
the
building,
property.
Oh, yeah, on our property, yes.
there's 20 under there.
Correct.
Yeah, there's 20 under the building. Yep. 11 out, there's 9 under the building and 11 along the property line. So 20 on property.
Some of the lines are.
And there are
messy,
0
okay.
compact spaces?
One compact space.
This is a compact space.
Yes.
The back, the bottom left corner.
Personally, I would suggest that space be moved. How do I describe this? Parallel to the drive aisle.
Oh, yeah.
Can't draw.
Yeah, you can't, right, but parallel to the drive aisle and because you can't maneuver. I mean, I saw your turning templates, like you could like a 20-point turn maybe, but you can't really.
You're back.
Yeah, so you're backing into it anyways. I would do that as, in that configuration, and that leaves you space for actually some bike racks.
Would that leave space?
It's under the.
That's a good solution, because I was looking at that and I was thinking the only way that would work is if that is assigned to somebody who lives there, who knows how to park there, because, so doing it parallel, you said doing it parallel to the drive aisle?
Yeah, so that it's this way.
Yes.
You can't pull, well,
Because
if you have a
that will
small car, you can pull
that
in
will
and
still
back out.
allow the car on the other end,
Yeah.
on the upper right end to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought, well, that is, I suppose technically workable, but not for a guest, a stranger to the area, and not with somebody getting smashed.
And then you mentioned there's one electric ready spot.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're gonna go for sale, they all have to be electric ready.
I was gonna say,
And I think if it's for rent, they have to be 20% electrified.
right, at minimum, there's under the stretch code for EV ready spaces, so.
Oh, that's good to know.
So
Not that many electric cars.
it doesn't,
Yet, right?
personal
Yeah.
opinions aside, right? So you've got 20 spots there. So four need to be not just electric ready, electric charging.
Got it.
And if for
And then
sale,
if it's for sale, then
they all need to be electric.
all 13.
I think it's still EV ready, not
Ready,
Yeah.
not ready, which,
conduit
steel
wiring.
conduit,
still is.
wired, NEMA breakers,
Yeah.
all 9 yards.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yep.
We can make a change on the plan.
Yeah, and that will get captured in permitting during permitting.
But it's significant infrastructure that you have to think about, especially if you're gonna order your electric gear, knowing that you have the right amperage to be able to cover all that. That's why I bring it up.
So I'll just say, I'm not all that convinced that the change in sort of unit mix does much to change my thinking on the density of the site versus the capacity of the site. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not enough, right? Because you didn't really change all that much to decrease the density of the use. It sort of right? One could argue it's gonna be an increased density of the use. I guess the other thing, but that's just my opinion. The other thing though is that, you know, early on in this process, we did get comments from the, I think it was definitely police department. I thought both police and fire. We never got, in all the different iterations, we never got any
I think they
updated
said,
comments.
at least until this plan, that with the unit sizes not changing, that they had no
They had no what?
comments, no new comments.
No new comments, but
Were
it
they
wasn't clear
satisfied?
that between the DRT and Plan 1 or Plan 2, where there were changes made, it's not clear that those really addressed their comments, because their comments were not specific enough to really understand. Yeah. So getting an understanding from them, I think, before we go that far, is
Yeah,
good. It's
are they
gonna be important.
satisfied?
Yeah.
I'm still also, I appreciate what you all did, to reduce the unit count. I'm still uneasy at one parking space per unit. And yes, we have the ability to waive it. I think, you know, we have the ability to waive it if we find that the whole project is in keeping with the vision. Yes, I am very worried about the fact that there are the 3 on-street parking places. There's not a lot of places for overflow parking or on Main Street. You know, it restricts people's ability to have a social gathering. It restricts, I think people will run into problems when they actually start, if we don't accommodate at least a couple more spaces.
I think my comment holds. I think I'm comfortable with it if it's an HOA and it's for sale, and I know that with certainty. I think I'm with Heather if I think it's a for rent building. I just think it's you're gonna run into it.
And I think we have to plan for a for rent building because we don't know for sure. Right?
But they have the decision to make, so
Right.
they can, if they nominated it, we were approving it based on it definitely being for sale, then I'd be less concerned.
Yeah. We don't know.
Well, they need a waiver of either the commercial parking of 7. Right, from us.
They need a waiver of both.
Yeah.
They
Well,
need a waiver of
They
commercial
they
parking
could get
and
one,
residential
they could get 1.25 because 13 is 1 and 12, the 3 or 4 spaces that they're gonna willing to give could be 1.25 space per unit.
All right, I'll just remind the board that this is different than typical, right? This is a special permit, right? And so the standard is different than you know, a typical site plan review where, you know, we're working out an issue. This is, you know, it's a special permit because, right, there's not a preconceived notion, right, that it will be approved, right? They need to sort of prove that it's gonna work, so.
1.25 will require 17 for the residential. So we've got
So you have-
actually 16.25, round up 17. And I think we can live with it. And on top of that, make the flex. So now you really, you know, in off hours, you're getting excess of the residential parking. That 1.25 factors in, maybe the bylaw factors in, visitor.
But I think it's important to note that the handicap will not be assigned to a space, like that has to be, you have to kind of take that out of the equation, so it's really only 19 spots. Just, right, that's what we were
Yes.
saying earlier.
That is
like-
what I was saying earlier, right?
Yeah.
It could be assigned.
It could be not.
But then if it's assigned, then if somebody comes with an accessibility issue, they can't use it.
Correct.
So that's why I'm saying it kind of
That's
does
why,
come out
that's
of
why
it.
if it's home ownership, that
But then
comes
the
out of play.
commercial, for the people using the commercial, visiting the commercial spot, they won't be able to use it, right?
It would be assigned to the commercial. It would
Right,
have to be.
right. So that's like, you
Yeah.
kind of have to pull it out of
If
it.
it's consumed, it's not available.
But I don't think you have to provide accessibility if it's for home ownership. So it's fine in that, but just in that regard though, this is why I kept asking the question, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can just not have to deal with if you know you're going that way, but agreed.
The biggest issue untouched is the 25% requirement for commercial versus 14%.
We did discuss that at the last meeting.
Is that 25% for commercial? Was that moderated based on the number of commercial units or square footage in commercial activity? Is it just 25%? Is it fixed number?
Is 25% of the gross
total
floor
building
area.
gross floor area, yeah, so it doesn't.
It's one commercial entity versus say 20, it doesn't change?
No,
That seems a little odd.
Well, right, the whole idea at the time was, we've got a commercial district here, right? South Main Street's a commercial district. And we're not looking to reduce that commercial district. And these are, right, you're allowed generally enough density to put 4 stories. And so 3 stories on top of 1 story of commercial maintains your commercial district with 3 stories of residential on top.
Agree entirely, but you know, all models are wrong and some of them are useful. So 1.25 fits no one's foot. That shoe fits nobody's foot, but on average, it's right. In a case where you have 2 or 3 commercial owners, they might have more use or less use than say 5 or 10. Right? So in this case, does that moderate our view of the requirement as we think about, does this feel like it fits or not?
It's valid.
Yeah. Yep.
John, if I can mention about the bedroom count, it was 21 with the 15 residential, it's now 23. And we addressed the layout very early on. I think it was John Arena mentioned that he thought the layout was a little bit tight. And with framing going up above the second level, which would be the 5 units, it's really a nice design. You have 4 2-bedrooms that run anywhere from 900 to 1,200 square feet. They're still not huge units, but they lay out much better. So it's only an increment of 2 bedrooms. And it takes care of a layout problem a little bit too.
Can we condition the special permit on the decision on for sale?
I think they have to,
We could-
he would have
it's
to,
like within our.
he would have to propose it.
Yeah.
As a solution? You would have, yeah.
Well, that would be the proposal that we're reviewing. Right.
So really, it kind of comes down to the dramatically reduced commercial that would be required. I'm thinking, you've reduced the commercial parking spaces, reduced commercial area, which works for the business that's in there now. I guess I'm also thinking, I do think long-term, I hope you stay there for ever and ever, but is that a size that would work for another business of any sort later on, other than another office? And the whole area is intended to be like a vibrant mixed-use commercial area. Those are, okay, I'm not having an answer here, but those are the things that are on my mind.
Yeah, so if I may comment, there's been a trend over the last 20 years, it's been really accelerated since COVID, and a reduction. It started with Microsoft and the advent of iPhones and everything else. And there's the need for commercial space has been diminished greatly. Like right now I have over 4,000 square feet and you can't give it away. There's stuff available up and down from North Reading to Stoneham. My kind of stuff.
Commercial office space.
Nobody wants it.
Right, but I'm talking about, well, there are multiple uses of commercial space, right? So I understand that for office space.
There aren't as many. Malls are having the same problem. The conversion, the greatest opportunity for developers in the next 25 years is to take existing commercial industrial property and turn it into residential. And that's the fact. how long ago the 25% was written in. I've been there for 46 years. I've owned the building since 1982. It's never changed. So things have changed and the bylaw hasn't. When I'm just trying to change my business, our goal is to stay there. There's a ton of small businesses that could go in very small and use that space. Should I pass away and no one succeed me in the business? You know, none of my children decide they end up want to stay in it. So I don't think there's a problem as far as use goes later on with it at all. I think it's more of a trend what's happened in fact.
The other thing just to add on this, I mean, I think I don't want to go back to this, because I agree with the percentages, but in any event, what we've committed to here, and which has been part of the plan from the start, is on the commercial space, 795 square feet of it is actually going to be usable. Because 1,245 square feet is created for storage. We have to calculate that for parking requirements, but in reality, and when you look at it in the guise of a waiver, the storage doesn't take up utilized parking. So if you take 795, 300 square feet is 2.66. That's actually, you know, technically needed for a commercial space that's being presented to your commission. And I would proffer that that alone is enough to, you know, to justify.
And what portion of the gross square footage is that, if that's the argument that you're making? I mean, we can't argue about that.
Yeah, right, like, I can't argue that because, right, like, you're.
This was all presented.
Right, so could
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
remind
yeah,
me,
but
what percentage of the gross square area is 795 usable commercial space that's not storage?
I would have that.
It's the first floor layout.
The architect's on, let's have him answer the question. No, the architect.
6%. Like 5.7%, yeah.
Something.
I mean, I don't wanna take steps back.
I mean, arguing for that in the spirit of the bylaw,
Yeah.
even when it was written and saying, well, it's not that much. I mean, that's, I know we discussed this last time and it was late and our memories may be fuzzy, but that's dramatically less than what should be in a commercial district. I mean, and so, and I'm challenged by it because I understand what it is for the current business and what we're trying to fit, what you're trying to fit onto this site, but if that's 6%, that's low.
I mean, it's really under the bylaw what works for Mr. John. I mean, that's how the bylaw is written, it's existing, to preserve an existing viable business.
It does give flexibility.
I'm getting more set in my thinking, like the combination of the reduced commercial and the squeeze of the residential to fit everything else in, while we're also, like you say, you're not really producing the 25% commercial that, right, like that was part of the basis of establishing the zone, was to maintain commercial. We have very little commercial in town, right? We wanted to facilitate development in town, more residential, but still not do that at the cost of the commercial space we have. And I don't think this is doing that. I think this is, I think this is doing it at the cost of commercial space, which is a rare commodity in Reading. So
You have the other problem too, which is it'll expand to fit the need, not the available space. Right?
Yeah.
Commercial businesses will come in if it fits their need and their customers drive by. But as was mentioned earlier, more and more folks are just, it's points and clicks. It's no longer brick and mortar. So
To a degree, but the idea of having an active downtown.
I don't disagree at all. The question is, it's definitely muted from what it was 20 years ago.
I don't have an issue with the size of the actual retail presented. I would prefer it to be slightly larger. I think outside of office space and some like boutique services, you'd struggle with 795 square feet.
To me, it's a combination of the two, right? Where I could take each issue individually of the reduced commercial, you know, or the squeezing in with the, you know, the density, but the two together to me just, I don't feel like we're there.
Any responses to that? I think what we're hearing and what I'm hearing is that the density still may be too much for the site. If you know, and it is, I'm hearing what John is saying. The reason it fits is because the commercial is so small, and so it's not quite yet meeting all those visions for what that zone should be.
Actually, Madam Chair, to John, what you're saying, you should live with one, but you can't live with both.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's,
Yeah.
I think that's a fair statement.
Does that kind of sum it up?
I think so.
Yeah.
What would you think? I'm not going to give opinions, but just as a thought, if living with both is an issue, and Jim, I don't think you have the ability to increase the footprint of the retail, right, to fit parking. What if you got rid of the mansard roof and did a stepped back third floor, and then created some roof deck area that outside those units, more penthouse style? Then you in turn you'd be reducing your density, your gross livable square footage. I also like the idea of the step back off the street front. I think it's help you. I don't know, it's just an idea. I'm just looking at the building. It might help you. Thought.
Yeah, the other thought in that area is your 2 bedrooms could be 1 plus a study, which is the difference between a bedroom and a study is a closet.
Is that fair?
I think those are some pieces of feedback to give you.
Right, I do think regardless, right, getting some feedback from the police department, I think is
Getting
sort of.
exactly getting that updated.
I think those issues were resolved, but don't know.
We'll take the comments.
All right.
Go back and talk a little bit, and appreciate your candor as usual, and see if we can kind of bring this back again, and hopefully put the target.
Yeah, and I appreciate the many times you've been here and getting closer and closer. Thank you.
It's a work in progress, so thank you very much, appreciate your time.
Thank
All
you.
right. We need a motion to continue this. Oh, but we didn't take public comment yet. I'm really doing bad at this tonight. I am sorry. Yes, I do want to pause and take public comment. Thank you.
Is that what the point of order was?
Come on up, Tony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 130 John Street. Just a couple quick comments. First, if that parking space in the corner is moved to parallel the side of the building, the applicant may need a waiver for the height. I think that's why that one was set up that way. Second, I did notice on sheet 5 that there is a temporary construction easement proposed that actually appears to go onto the abutting property.
Would the proponent like to speak to that?
Chris, are you there? Can you speak to that?
I am sorry, well, I heard something about sheet 5. What
Something
was,
sheet 5, is there a construction easement on another piece of property that's included?
there is a proposed temporary construction easement shown on the adjacent property, number 25. Because there's an existing stockade fence enclosure there that we would have to remove that's already on that property. So that's just an easement to remove what's already on the property now.
I saw that.
So do you have the easement at this point in time?
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm having a hard time hearing the
That's
person.
good to know. The question is, do you have the easement, or do you have, advanced permission, or are you in discussions about that easement?
That's something that Jim would have to coordinate with the owner. Maybe he already has.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
don't know
I
that
can answer that. I
answer.
mean, that's a private property matter. I mean, certainly it's really not jurisdictional for this board. If we don't get it, we can't build it. That's more of our problem than the commission's problem.
No, right, because it's presented in the plan. So, right, if you're presenting something that you don't have the rights to build, we can't approve it.
I don't know about that. I respectfully disagree with that, because with subdivisions, if I present something off-site that I can do, that's up to me, but it's not jurisdictional for the plan.
But if we're approving a site plan and it's shown on the site plan, we're approving this as though you have permission.
But it's off-site.
Right.
So I can show improvements off-site that are non-jurisdictional, that just on my plan, but, we can address it in more detail at the next meeting.
Can we get an opinion on that before the next meeting? Thank you.
You could always put it in as a condition.
Right, I was
Yeah,
gonna say, just
exactly.
condition it.
Those were all the comments, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We have a continuation?
Any other?
Any other public comments?
So I propose that we continue the public hearing for special permit and site plan review for mixed use at 346, 348 Main Street, Park Realty Trust, until, what's our next meeting?
June 9th.
June 9th. Does that work?
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, all in favor and opposed. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you
very
again.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good evening.
I promise I'm not going to forget public comment at the next one.
Did you forget it?
I know.
Why don't we just start with that?
Well, let's start with where we've come since the last one. So the next topic is the continued public hearing on the site plan review for 885 Main Street, the Primrose School. And do we have anyone here
There's some seats.
There's seats right up here front if you like. Don't be shy. It's more comfortable.
The man Josh right here.
I'll remember you if you're right here. You have something to present?
Might be in the hall.
Oh, thank you. That's exciting. Yeah. Isn't this more comfortable than it was last time? While we're waiting, here we go.
It's a pretty low bar. It's not right.
It's not supposed to be the case. Said it's very hard to hear from the podium. If you're gonna speak at the podium, please speak loudly so that the mic can capture you more clearly. Thank you. That panel right there with the green
Oh,
light.
that feels much better.
Is that a new one?
The microphone
It's
is that green
new
light right
setup.
there?
Yep, so
The whole time.
And that's where the sound is coming from too.
No.
yeah, so we got sign in the ceilings and mics now and the new screen, so whole new
All right. Welcome.
Good evening, thank you for having us back tonight. So we did, since the last meeting, we submitted an alternative plan to fire and police. They requested a DRT meeting, which we did complete. Chief Nelson did submit an email with updated comments. We did submit a copy of the plan just for kind of the board's record as well as kind of for public. But really the focus here tonight is we're hoping to get the peer review approved from the board. I think it would be probably prudent and beneficial to have all the peer reviews completed prior to kind of continuing forward with the application process. I think it makes sense to give to be able to have a traffic peer review done, have a stormwater peer review done, give all of the town staff and comments back, and that will allow us to kind of present the full application. We are prepared kind of following tonight to resubmit the TIS, the site plans, the stormwater reports, and have everything kind of ready to go to kind of conduct the peer reviews. We have reviewed the peer review proposal that was sent. We have no objections to it, and we look forward to kind of getting that process moving.
Okay, are you gonna present on the updated site plan at all?
Our plan was to wait until we kind of had the peer reviews back.
Okay.
And the full package complete, so this is just the site plan to kind of represent what was sent or spoken to at the DRT meeting. We think it would be beneficial to have kind of all the comments back and a full plan set, landscaping, stormwater, etc.
Okay. And just for acronym control, DRT is design review team. Development
Design review, development, interchangeable.
Design and development review team, and TIS is traffic impact study, right? We've got a lot of people here, and so I'm gonna try to avoid acronyms as much as we can. Do we want to go over the proposal for the peer review then? I feel like we should do something so that everybody can see what we're talking about.
So we reached out to Green International Associates, which is a peer reviewer the board has used in the past for different projects. We felt for consistency it just makes sense, and they're used to town, they've been in town, they've done peer reviews in town. I'm gonna, I guess I can summarize it. So there's a few tasks summarized within the scope of work proposed. Task 1 being a site visit to conduct those first-hand observations of turning movements on Main Street and at the key intersections that were referenced and studied under the traffic impact study submitted by the applicant. Task 2 would be to review all of those documents, including the revised site plans, the revised traffic impact statement, and any other supplemental materials, turning movements, trip generations, things that are found within the TIS for potential review and comment for possible improvements. And then the third is that task of revisions based on the initial peer review comment can be reconfirmed or readdressed again through a second supplemental review. Then task 4 is just the ability for the third-party consultant to attend 1 to 2 Cpdc hearings to discuss their findings, recommendations, and confirm that their comments were met going forward. So I think this list in terms of the task 2 and 3 is the bulk of what the board would want to focus on and make sure that there's nothing missing there in terms of the conversations we've had to date with the public and really though in what is allowed in a peer review appropriate in the peer review. So
all right, comments from CPDC first. I'm not gonna forget the public, I promise.
So I think a concern that we've had with other peer review efforts is sort of in the scope of this doesn't clear it up to me, is this process of review and supplemental information and right, because we may not agree with the peer reviewer, right? Mm-hmm. So we may not agree with what the applicant says, but we also may not agree with the peer reviewer, and having that information before, we may not agree, or we may need some other nuanced look, right, at certain aspects. I'm not sure that sort of in this, right, that very small review of supplemental revised documents really gets to that. Mm-hmm. I think, right, my understanding here, right, the biggest issue is the site distance evaluation for those turning movements. Mm-hmm. I will say the typical way that if you're doing an ITE site distance evaluation in this particular situation is not going to be sufficient. Like they really need to go in a little bit more detailed than you're right, because I can tell you already before they do this, or before your consultant does it, it's fine, right? Because they don't necessarily take the the longer vertical curves into effect as much as they should. So like, I guess that's really, those are the two, I put them together in one comment, but those are the two, right? Like making sure that there's not just a standard site distance evaluation.
No pun intended, but is that a blind spot of all peer reviews? But is that common with peer reviews that they have certain, I wouldn't say gaps, but preferences or predilections?
No, well, I think that's a
Or is it discretionary, depends on?
no, it's the standard way, just general transportation engineering, highway engineering is done. Is that, yeah.
They're more worried about this than this.
Yeah, or, right, a lot of the standards are made for highways. I mean, in Texas,
2%.
right? Texas Transportation Institute is the one that develops a lot of the standards that traffic engineers follow. That's a very different environment
that's
than
helpful.
Massachusetts. So right, you have to sort of like not just follow the cookie cutter, the recipe, and really sort of understand what's going on.
So on that point, would we want to add to the scope, and we've got review of supplemental revised documents that they would, I'm just thinking about the process that it would be. They're saying that they would review supplemental documents that the applicant would provide, but do we need to have a step before that where when they meet with CPDC, actually making adjustments to their review based on our discussion if necessary? Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
I kind of remember that from the last peer review that we had. We needed that. And then there is also, if there are changes that the applicant makes, then we need to have another review.
Yeah, so that will happen, but yes, I think John's exactly right, that beyond the technical evaluations, what's that nuance of this site specific?
So those site specific, add that to the scope, and that additional potential step of taking CPDC's comments, okay.
Right, right, the truth is they won't understand what the community's concerns are until they hear from us or from the community.
That's right.
So that they can really dig into like understanding those nuances of this particular site. That's really the gist of it. You know, they can't do it in Texas, right? I mean, they could, but they need to come here and really understand.
Yeah, I think, and we did look, they do have in here to come to a meeting. They do have in their scope to also go to the site, so they're not gonna just do it from paper, so they will visit the site. And then the site distance evaluation that we do submit, this is a Mass DOT requirement, it is a field observation, so it's not just based on paper, it does take into account for elements. That would be the other thing I wanna add is, you know, there is the Mass DOT element here, so Mass DOT is reviewing all of these documents as well, so they're kind of our two different, you know, I don't want to say peer review because Mass DOT is very in depth. There's Mass DOT and the peer reviewer that we're looking for the board to approve this evening.
I could see at least two bullets to add. One is actual speed on the highway. The other would be, let's see, I forgot. Let's see.
You mean you want like a Pareto of actual vehicle speed?
Oh, and accidents, accident report from police department / well, they'd be the ones that generate it for the last 5 years.
We did submit a 5-year, it's actually in the report that's already been submitted, so we did submit a crash analysis for the last 5 years. Crash analysis is a requirement, so it's also reviewed by Mass DOT as well.
What's the source of that information in that report?
We request it from the town as well as DOT.
But the original source material comes from self-reported accidents or police reports or a combination of the both?
It comes from, it's correct, it's kind of data that's published or provided by police departments and Mass DOT.
Presumably it comes from owners filling out the state report, which are the obligatory form you get after you're involved in an accident.
Correct, so the data comes from that source.
So that's voluntary reporting, right? That wouldn't necessarily capture those disinclined to submit. There's no obligatory nature report.
I mean, what we have to do is try to find the most accurate data in the last 5 years, so
I get the
people
problem,
don't
I get it,
report.
you only, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? If you don't have the
But-
data.
Well,
I do-
if the police come
yeah,
to an
it's police.
accident, they submit a report.
If the police don't come and you report to your insurance company, you settle without police.
It won't go into, that's not the data. I don't believe that's the data that gets used. It's.
That was my question,
police-
is what's
Yeah,
the
I think
source
it's
of-
all police reportable,
Right.
Alright.
police reportable accidents.
So it's a
yeah.
subset of those with police reports.
And, it's one of those things where this is a little bit
I've been
subjective, but if
involved
an
sadly in
accident's
a couple where there were no police, exchange papers, we
Yeah.
drove off. it
Yeah,
got settled,
those,
right?
yeah, those won't show up in the data.
Weren't my fault, by the way.
One other question, right, you brought up Mass DOT a couple of times. Right, Mass DOT won't be sort of involved in any of this, my understanding, right, until you go ask for revision to the curb cut, and that's at what point they sort of dig into all this, right? That happens usually, right? We're writing our site plan review decision with the contingency that you'll get a curb cut, and and so we don't get. I just want to make sure that we sort of all understand the game. The thing here is that we don't get the benefits of Mass DOT's review on this.
because
period,
that comes
because that comes after our
review.
process. And I don't think that they will, I don't know, Guy, I don't know if you've, right, I don't think that you can get them to do it any earlier in the process.
So Mass DOT will review an application prior to having approval. They won't issue an access permit till you have a local approval, but they will review it. And they will notify the town when an application is filed. So there is the ability for town input to be provided.
So have you already filed an application with Mass DOT? What's your timeframe for that?
We haven't. So we wanted to ensure that we kind of work through the public safety comments that we got first. So our intent would be the same time we're going to kind of file everything for the traffic peer review, we'll start the 25% review stage with Mass DOT.
And how long does a Mass DOT review like that typically take?
Mass DOT it really fluctuates. We've had applications that take 6 months. We've had applications that take a year.
What other inputs does Mass DOT or observations or commentary are they responsible for? Is it just the curb cut? Do they have any other comments about terrain or line of sight, or it's a state highway after all?
Well, the curb cut is about the turning movements into that curb cut.
So through the chair, Mass DOT will look at kind of everything that's in the traffic impact study. They look at site distances, they look at safe turning movements, they look at off-site impacts to their roadway network. So their scope is very similar to what a peer reviewer typically looks at, but then they also are kind of looking at their roadway network and impact as a whole.
When you say look at, do you mean independently duplicate the result or independently assess it?
So they review they don't prepare their own study. They review to ensure that the study that's prepared, meets all the Mass DOT and state requirements.
So it meets the minimum that they require in their report.
So you have to meet the minimum, and then you have to kind of address any comments or concerns the Mass DOT might have.
Okay, other thoughts on this scope right here?
I think all that's good, but I also heard the discussion of stormwater as well too.
So the Conservation Commission, they've already retained the peer reviewer. We've asked them just not to hold on their review until we can submit this updated plan. So they're ready to go. As soon as we submit, they'll start the review. They have a peer reviewer approved.
Stormwater.
Correct.
So as soon as you submit
Like
the
to see that
updated
too.
plan,
They're gonna do their stormwater peer review
and are you waiting
Yeah, I
to
did.
submit the updated plan?
until a traffic peer review is approved.
So it'll go traffic peer review, and then you'll proceed with the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, we're gonna try to kind of do both boards, kind of together.
Okay,
So that's why we're hoping to capture kind of all comments together. We understand this can be a long process for everyone, both the board as well as the public. So we'd like to avoid getting some comments, having to push a hearing out, then all of a sudden we get another peer review, having to push a hearing out and having this back and forth. So we're trying to kind of do everything streamlined.
alright.
two questions. One, what size fire apparatus was used for the turning study?
Pull the plan, we use the apparatus provided by,
Oh,
By
I'm
Chief
sorry, I'm
Nelson.
sorry, yeah.
I've got questions as well.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
wanna
go
close
ahead.
on?
Let's table that. It's fine. Go ahead, John.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry. Thank
hold
you.
that thought.
Get to work and it ain't great. Basically, I was just trying to capture that turning movements and sight distance. We'll also look at relation to what is a local, I'll call it a local state routed road, a state routed road in a local jurisdiction, and that the vehicle turning movements, also maybe the nuance of average speeds on the corridor and what that means.
Yeah.
I can ask our PD for a local accident report, as the applicant mentioned it's in the GIS already, but I'll see if we can pull more specifics with our PD. Likely it can be incorporated in the peer review as well, but I think that local nuance will come from our PD itself. So
That would be good. Okay, any other comments? Okay, I'm trying to think about how to do this, because I'm gonna get to you. Guy, you had comments on the site.
Once we table this, I'd like to I have one question, and I think John has some questions, as well, he said.
Okay,
Can I ask what information is publicly available at this point? What's been either put on the Cpdc site or the project site, or what hasn't?
the plan submitted to date and this draft scope were on the Cpdc site.
so that updated plan is online also, so everybody has had a chance to see it, even though we didn't get a presentation on it.
That's really what I wanted to understand.
Yep.
Will you all bear with me, because I wanna be sure that we get to everything. What I'd like to do is, if we only really have a couple of comments on the site plan, I'd like to cover those, because then we can do all public comment, and you can do public comment on the peer review study, the site plan, anything you want, as long as it's not too repetitive. Let's do it that way, okay? So let's take questions on the site plan. You can bring that up on the screen, even though we haven't had a presentation.
So on slide 2 of the.
I think, through the chair, if you're asking to take comments on the plan, would you like us to kind of walk through the changes first?
That would probably be helpful. I mean, I know that you didn't really wanna do that, but I think people are going to have questions and comment on the plan because they've seen it, so you may as well do that.
Yeah, I think our big concern is ensuring, kind of the processes in place, getting that peer review. I think will both benefit the board, the public, and allow the application to continue forward. I know we had a long evening the first night, so we definitely don't wanna, lose sight of that. Especially, peer reviews do take a long time. Unfortunately, peer reviewers run a lot slower than we do on our side, so it's gonna kind of delay the application. But I'm happy to.
So what I'm hearing before you go on, right, you've had this plan, right, this is a modification of the plan that was seen before. This is not a plan that you're, how do I put that?
Wed to?
Yeah, that you're still, right, this is still a work in progress, even more of a work in progress than typically that you would bring to us, right? This is enough of a change so that you can get the peer reviewers to evaluate. Is that what I'm hearing?
So this plan was put together to really focus on the public safety comments, and kind of ensuring that those are addressed. We typically like to kind of move forward in a presentation with landscaping, with stormwater, with grading, with kind of all the elements incorporated. So I'm kind of happy to speak to it. But we will come back at the next meeting, with kind of the full package. The lighting, the lighting hasn't been updated, for an example, at this time.
Am I hearing you correct, though? The actual layout as it relates to public safety has been updated. The other components haven't.
lighting hasn't been updated, landscaping hasn't been
Yeah,
updated.
so this is the one thing that's been
addressable-
updated is the flow in the parking lot.
Addressable to the comments from public safety, you addressed those here, and you guys are content with moving forward with this design.
Correct, and we did receive it, it is publicly available online. We did receive an updated email from the fire chief that he found kind of all the changes acceptable. And he, I think had a lot of positive things to say about the layout.
Yes, we saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that
All right, that helps.
So you had a question about the
That's-
size of the fire truck.
Yeah, well, I was gonna defer to John. I think John's got some stuff.
Well, there's two questions. One is there's a note about a fire hydrant on the south side, the east-south side of 28. Is that part of your scope of work, or would that be? Is that part of the project scope?
So we are proposing a new fire hydrant on our property. That would be done by the applicant.
Okay. And turning to the diagram on the turning radius, we could jump
Sorry,
to that.
through the chair. Do you want me to present?
Sorry, I thought we jumped to the question.
I think it'd be.
Yeah, sorry, I got it kind of
I
mixed
agree.
up.
I think I might
It's a
answer.
different
Go
dialogue,
ahead,
yeah.
walk through.
So I kind of try to break it in, and I'll be quick tonight. I know there's a game going on, people probably want to get moving. So there's kind of 6 categories we kind of looked at when we looked at the public safety review. First, and I think this is the comment we heard, was off-street parking. So we have increased the off-street parking from 40 spaces to 53 spaces. The parking does comply with the local zoning bylaw. The next thing we looked at was site circulation. There was a lot of concern regarding kind of the dead-end nature of the original plan. So this plan looks to kind of provide a full circulation or a one-way loop through the site, so that not only could a emergency vehicle, but as well as a parent or an employee can kind of safely circulate the site. It also allows you to kind of implement, if you ever had to, kind of a traffic movement plan to allow that kind of loop configuration. We also shifted the building, so the building's been shifted to the west. Again, the building complies with all setbacks, all height requirements. But the key there was to put the building so all of the parking is now in front of the building. There's no offset from where the parking is to the building. That was, again, one of the concerns from the chief. We've also widened the access paths around the building, so they're going to be double gated 8-foot access paths around the building, just to give a little bit more space to be able to kind of safely kind of maneuver around the building. We've also designated some initial employee parking on this plan. So there's employee parking designated closest to Main Street. And the idea would be when the first kind of group of employees get to the site, they'd be able to park in those first kind of 8 total spaces, 4 on each side, which would give the driveway some additional throat. So it gives a little bit more room on site for parents as they're coming and going, knowing that vehicles can't use those first 4 spaces on either side. We've also designated some of the spaces kind of in the back as employee only as well, just for convenience. And one of the really nice things about this layout is it has that nice row at 10, kind of right up along where the main entrance is. So that was kind of, would be a great kind of that pickup drop off. And then again, as you kind of work your way to the west, there's some additional spaces as well. And then the last item noted was we did add a hydrant along Main Street. There is one across the street from us, but kind of one of the concerns was ensuring there was a hydrant kind of along our frontage. So that location was approved by the fire chief. In the meeting, one of our goals was to make sure he actually liked the location where we placed it, and they did sign off on that location.
On that point, I thought you've got some kind of maybe a hydrant on the west side of the building too? Did I read that wrong?
There's no hydrant. The building will have an FDC, direct fire connection, so where they can kind of plug in to the sprinkler system. So there'll be an FDC on the building. You've probably seen them with the little red. Sometimes they have a little red sign on them. So that will be on the building, and that's used by firefighters as well. And then I think the last item we did, the fire chief provided the town of Reading fire truck that he'd like to see circulated through the site. So we did utilize that in the turn movement through the project. He did review the truck movement. And one of the items he asked for in the meeting was the no parking striping and a couple no parking signs, just to ensure kind of that lane remains open.
Is that a ladder truck?
I believe it is, but let me pull the plan up. Let's get the exact make and model. So it is a ladder truck, correct?
I don't wanna,
I think just
Derail.
one more on the fire. Where's your rescue area, your rally area?
So that's something we could work through with public safety if they have. So what we've seen on some of the schools is they have an area designated at kind of the end. They'll kind of have it in the kind of the play area away from the structure. Sometimes working with public safety, they like to kind of see it in an area of refuge kind of away in the parking area. But in this case, we also do have kind of a sidewalk, so there's kind of areas that they could safely get away from the building. It's typically something we work with public safety on.
It's crowded. It's crowded. The area where people could go if they have to evacuate the building is limited. And there'll be fire apparatus in the area.
Yeah, we do have a larger than standard sidewalk along the front of the building. We have kind of a large, it's 8,000 square foot play area to the right of the building with double access gates to
If
it.
smoke's not going in that direction, yes.
Again,
I understand.
we work kind of with the fire chief and the police department to kind of come up with this layout. They, have found that it's, kind of satisfactory and has addressed all of their concerns.
Did they explicitly talk about a gathering area in the case of a fire? I didn't see that in the report.
It's not something we've talked about.
So it hasn't been discussed yet. You mentioned
That specific question now.
right. Where is the gathering area in this plan?
So I think it's something we can work with public safety. Again, we've tried to include them throughout the process. So I'm happy to kind of, speak with Chief Nelson to kind of confirm that location.
By convention, is there a practical distance from the building that one would normally want minimum for gathering area?
We've, I think in our office, we've done 12 daycares in the last, 3 years. And we've never had an issue. We've worked on sites smaller than this. We've worked on sites with, harder configuration. So I'm not concerned. I just think it's something we should work with public safety.
Right, but my question was, in your other buildings, how far away has the gathering area been?
It's different. Each
What's the
town
minimum?
requires different.
What's the minimum?
I'm happy to come back to the next meeting and get you some additional feedback.
Do you know what it is as you speak here today? Answers to those
From what we evaluated.
Putting this aside.
From what we evaluated from a site civil perspective, traffic perspective, we meet all the requirements.
With the proviso that you haven't talked about this topic. You just said so yourself.
We have not talked about
Right.
public safety.
Okay, so you haven't talked about it.
at a future presentation.
We're happy
please
to,
give us
again, it's the
information.
first time it's kind of come up. I'm happy to speak to it in the future.
It's been said before, this is an over-constrained problem. This has constraints of size, usable area, traffic flow, available area just for pulling children out if they're needed en masse. It's an over-constrained problem, just the building itself. Our questions are really around the extreme cases of what happens if. And the trouble with what happens if is it's easy to dismiss those things until they happen, and then suddenly they become extremely important. That's the nature, at least, of the questions that I'm asking. And I don't mean to be forward, but those questions deserve a proper answer. And at some future date, if you could come back with where you would specify the 2-3 locations and what's past practice for such preschools, what's the minimum? In my company, the gathering area is probably a good 50 yards away. Now, there's 300 employees, so some amount of that, but the minimum distance of any of those employees is 300 yards. And that's to allow fire, police, keep anyone away from the building in the case of some material disaster. You don't have that room here to do that. I don't know that 300 is important. I don't know that 50 is important. This is not an area I understand. But if you had to take 175 children, plus your staff, plus your directors out, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a single area that accommodates that. My other question, are we on questions now?
Yeah, we are on questions, yes.
What's the turning radius of Reading's fire truck?
So the turning radius is, just make sure I got the right dimension for you. The inside turning radius is 25.247 feet.
25, so it's a 50-foot diameter. Okay. The drawing you've provided seems to suggest that all of that would be needed. If you go to the color diagram with the blue and red stripes, it seems to suggest that all of that turning radius is required to both miss the cars if they're parked on the left spots, miss the fence on the left in the upper right corner. And even to accommodate that, you need to have a dog leg to the right coming in order to precondition the turn to the left. There's no room for wiggle there. I mean, you need to hit, this is like trying to land on a highway. You've got to hit it exactly correct. There's no room for error here. What would be helpful is a drawing that shows the range of where the truck will fit, not the one dimension it must fit. Is that available, or is that common?
It's not a common request. I'm not familiar with it.
It's such a constrained spot. Look at the way you've drawn it. The blue line intersects the two, whatever you call those. Are those curbs?
Islands, curbs, yeah.
They're not markings in the paint, right?
No, I think they were intended as islands. I don't know if it's vertical granite. I don't think it was.
Yeah, right now we're again, we haven't submitted a full package detailing.
I get it, but appreciate our perspective. You've got a hook and ladder truck. You've got the inner wheels that are gonna either rub up against or come close to the curbs on the upper left and upper right, and come close to the fence on the northeast side, and contact potentially, or come close to contacting the two vehicles on the west side. And so it's a little Mario Andretti-ish to kind of make your way through here and get back out. That's my only concern. And we're talking about, oh, by the way, there's 175 kids floating around here at the same time. I'll echo Tom's comments. This is tight. This is an over-constrained problem. You've got 5 or 6 major variables you're trying to play with and get them all to fit, but you can't optimize them all. So public safety is one of the areas I think that you can lull yourself into thinking that it'll never happen, or it's unlikely, or there's a compensation for it somewhere else, until something happens, and all of a sudden it all matters. And so I think getting it right up front is key.
And I think I would add, I mean, public safety is key. Primrose Schools is a national operator, so the
only thing I'm worried about
have your concern.
I get it. And the only thing this room is worried about is that project.
And I will say, you know, again, the fire chief did review this truck movement plan.
He reviewed his responses to your first letter only.
Which included the truck movement plan.
Correct.
So he did, and we did review it in the meeting with Ms. Well. I just don't want it to seem like we just submitted this and
I don't,
you know, no one, it was reviewed by both the chief before the meeting, in the meeting, and after the meeting.
I'm saying, look, it obviously can work. I'm just saying you have no room for error in that drawing. It's got to go.
I mean, these programs run a factor of safety.
Where is it? That's exactly what I'm asking for. Show me the grace area, or the grace period, or the available area by which the perspective on approach can be different. You have to actually precondition that turn in the southeast corner. You have to precondition that truck's angle to make it in and out. You can't actually make a straight left turn.
It's a perfect scenario, John. It's a perfect scenario.
I don't think we're open for.
We're not quite doing that. We're not quite doing
Anyway,
that yet.
I think it'll be beneficial. Again, we'll have the peer reviewer looks at truck movements as well as part of their review.
The next question is, what's the turn radius coming off at 28? Let's say going northward. What's the turn radius of that?
So we're proposing kind of the DOT has a standard driveway. It doesn't have it's not a radii style driveway. So we have designed it to safely accommodate the fire truck as well.
Okay.
And that movement is shown in the plan.
Have you given any thought to signalizing or requesting a signalizing of this intersection?
We're going to defer to DOT on any requirements.
Okay.
But based on our traffic impact study, this project is not work signal.
Is the division between exit and entrance, is that a raised berm that splits the two?
There's no raised berm. So this plan currently shows we have kind of a double yellow line.
It's just paint. It's just paint.
At the front, at Main Street. Yes. Well, not that. The one that's going back in between the two arrows.
I think that's just paint.
Just paint? Okay. Okay. Certainly the fire truck's gonna go into the other lane.
Sorry?
The fire truck's gonna go into the other lane.
It has to. It has to go in the oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point, Tom. If you do have a fire and you've got traffic waiting to escape, That's an interesting problem to solve, isn't it? Right. Good catch. You see the problem?
But I will say, John, that's every single driveway in every single town in Massachusetts, pretty much, right? That is a standard, right? It's a 24-foot wide driveway entrance. So there's nothing particularly
It may not be unique, but in
about-
this setting, it's notable in my
Yeah.
sense. You got nowhere else to go.
There's one overarching question that I've got. It's clear to me that you're cutting and filling here. I haven't seen any diagrams as to where you're cutting and where you're filling. Because all your sites are level, and the topos that I've seen are level at the end, but it's clearly not level if you look at the site.
Oh, I see.
Are we just not there yet?
Well, we submitted a grading plan
So,
with
yeah.
the last, so it's shown there. Again, we are gonna update it to accommodate changes to the site plan.
Because well, this gets into things other than fire, but there's a lot of drainage issues.
What's the diagram on the right side of that slide represent?
It's a kind of turning radius template, so it's kind of the standard fire truck kind of template with all the information.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, or should we open it to the public?
I think those are overhangs, John. Those are
Oh.
overhangs.
Oh, that's
of
why
the
they
wheel.
get bigger.
Yeah, the
Okay,
wheel,
thank you.
between the wheel and the bumper.
Oh. Okay. It's useful stuff, you know.
Steering.
I didn't know the word for those. All right, if there's nothing else from the commission, we'll open it up to public comment. So we'll do one at a time. I am going to, not a rule, but I will ask that like we did last time, we're hearing and listening to every one of you. So if it gets going kind of late and you're feeling like what you have to say has already been said, know that it's been heard, okay? Yes, please, somebody just raised his hand, please come on up. And please, we've been told we need to speak pretty clearly and maybe project a little bit for the microphone to pick you up from the podium.
Folks at home are having trouble hearing. Dennis, kind of speak up.
Thank you. I'm Tom McCord,
Ooh, we can
44
hear you.
Francis Drive.
Yes, you, by the way, could lead a class on how to project your voice. It's beautiful, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to focus on the traffic peer review and wanted to inquire as to whether some particular historical elements could either be examined by this board or through the peer review process. In particular, the traffic study that was submitted does show 5-year data for accidents. That includes the years 20 and 21, which were the COVID years. And I'd like to suggest that those could significantly understate what really would be the average for the accident rate on this stretch of street, and would encourage that to be addressed either through the peer review process or by expanding the years of the data collection. Secondly, and I think this was already observed, that I think there's a great sense that the accidents rates that are shown in the applicant study may be underreported, and I would very much appreciate that having our police department review that and have an interactive process so that they see that data to see if they affirmatively agree that that seems to reflect their experience. Third, this stretch of 28 as a historical matter has been regarded as busy and accident prone. I say that in one way on the basis of what I've understood from memory is the Department of Transportation's requirement that was imposed on the town in the teens to restripe the street. And they did that because this had been identified as a high accident stretch. And I think that that should be called to the attention of the peer reviewer so that that can be taken into account in reviewing the accuracy and reliability of this particular study. The final element is relating to accident and site views on this, is what has taken place at the instigation of the town and the public safety department at the corner of Charles Street and Main Street, which is the next intersection up. And that intersection historically allowed left and right turns. And that was deemed to be excessively prone to accidents. And accordingly, public safety and the town has already restricted that intersection to no left turns, and has also restriped that to make right turns even onto Charles Street more restrictive. And I think that should be called to the attention of any peer reviewer and taken into account in review of what was submitted by the applicant. And just picking up on that point, it is possible that what consideration at some point ought to be given to restricting turns coming into or out of this property, perhaps coming out only right turns, which is the case now at Charles Street, and perhaps only right turns into the property to try and address the traffic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To that end, both those judgments would be DOT that made those calls.
A couple of things on those comments. One is, you know, the history of the accidents in this, right? As you mentioned, right, there was the change in lane configuration. I do think that before any traffic engineer that looks at history pre-2019, I think, when that was done, 2018, 2019, I think are going to discount some of those conditions, some accidents that happened back then, just because of just the lane configuration was different and the speeds and, you know, a lot of that attributes were different. Just as a practical matter, right? I'm just sort of like warning that that's likely what we're gonna hear.
Would it be useful to include 2019 though, if that was after the restriping was done?
Yeah.
Or it's just eliminating the 2 COVID years and seeing what the average is post.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So somehow factoring in the fact that.
Yeah.
Making a 3-year run instead of a 5-year run.
And I'm sorry, you're.
Well, it's a question about the right turns only that was mentioned by the prior speaker.
So
how would that
so
be managed?
a right turn out of a private property is not enforceable by the police department. We talk about that. We talk about that a lot.
Like at the car wash down there.
We talk about that a lot. So yeah.
Sometimes when the traffic is clear, it gets ignored.
You might see signs at, you know, saying, you know,
they're illegal signs.
No, they're not illegal. They're just not enforceable.
They're not enforceable.
They're not part of Reading's sign inventory.
Right, it's not in our local regulations, so.
Yeah.
I see them all the time, speed signs punched in telephone poles.
And so I would not want to rely on that as an answer.
Would DOT have that ability or right to do that because it's their highway? No. Okay.
Because it's a private way.
It's a private, yeah.
So given that it's a double-laned highway, no left turns can be made, right? You can't cross a double line.
You can do a left turn
do
because
a
it
left
has
turn.
that center left turning lane.
Yeah.
That's specifically for left
That's right,
turn.
we have the road diet now, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Ask me where you can make left turns, I'll tell you. Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lori McKenna. I live at 34 Duck Road. So last time we met, our community shared very real concerns about the safety of this project. And by all appearances, this engineer took the easy way out, and it was only to appease the fire department by throwing in some additional parking spaces. Our conversation around safety went well beyond that. This new design leaves us with even greater risk because now you have rows of parking spaces on either side of this driveway, 20 feet from Main Street. and in an area where they already don't have enough street frontage. This is dangerous, this is reckless, this is irresponsible. It's clearly done in a way to satisfy these immediate comments, questions from the fire department, and it's pretty cynical to take such an easy way out. And also there's absolutely no rectification, no acknowledgement. There's concerns about the building itself. And I think it's also pretty evident on the lack of preparation, the fact that the developer couldn't even answer John Arena's very simple questions about this project. Your first responders have said this project is unsafe. Your community has commented that this is unsafe. Recent fatalities on Main Street have proven that this highway is unsafe. And in fact, years ago, there was a fatality right on this site that nobody is acknowledging, and the developer probably doesn't even know about because he's not part of this community. They still don't have enough street frontage, and we don't need to permit it to them. And if you combine this street frontage issue with the way they've designed this parking, that's a conflict zone, right? And this needs to be addressed. There is going to be a queuing of cars on Main Street, we know this. People are going to get killed. This is stupid, this is unacceptable, this is unsafe, and we can't be bullied because their attorney came out and graced us with a preamble on the Dover Amendment. We're better than that, Reading. You've asked for a peer review, and I do appreciate the comments from Mr. Weston to add additional elements to this evaluation. I would ask that we also include a full parking maneuverability assessment and a review of compliance with all engineering standards. We're going to see what we already know, that the development of this size and this scope is far too large for this parcel of land. So this is my ask for the CPDC. Listen to your community, take heart in your responsibility to our town and to our public safety, and implore this developer to propose something smaller and safer. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question, and I'm sorry because it was late the last time also. Is there not enough street frontage on this? Do you have adequate street frontage?
No, 80 versus 100.
Right, okay.
Seeking a waiver.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, come on up.
Sorry, I'm not sure what the protocol is. Last time it was raised.
Thank you for being so orderly while I was making a little note.
Hi, I'm Paul Sutherland, 10 Duck Road. I've got a question about the traffic impact study and peer review, as well as a question and a comment about the site plan. My question about the peer review is, last time we all spoke about there was a lack of consensus on how long it takes to get in and out of a daycare and what the daycare arrival times are like. Is that lack of consensus going to be passed on to the traffic impact study, specifically the part around special events?
Well, that's a good question. If there's a peer review of the traffic impact study, and the traffic impact study, was it the traffic impact study that called out however amount of time it takes to get in and out of a daycare? Is that going to be subject to somebody?
I think it was their data, if I remember right.
Yeah, double checking that.
Included as almost like a footnote to take into consideration when in terms of how many vehicles are moving out of the site at a time, or like every per minute fashion, but it's not a typical, I don't.
So, right, I mean, I think this is a good, right, so what they'll do, right, is they'll go back to the Institute of Traffic Engineers, traffic generation rates on a daycare of this size, and identify, right, because it's not about how long they stay in, it's about how many parking spots are needed for this size of building, that's one, and then how many trips are generated by this size of building. And so that's the peer reviewer is gonna look at what they're proposing and see if it's reasonable, and that's what they're gonna use as the metric, right? Is it reasonable? I don't know whether there's, without looking at the data ourselves, to sort of like, is what is in the Institute of Traffic Engineers manual, is that reasonable? Is there something special about New England that doesn't get captured in that? Or is there something specific about this location that doesn't get captured in that, in terms of like how quickly kids get in and out, or how quickly cars get in and out? It's sort of hard to say, but we can put that as a footnote to
We should put it as a
that.
footnote, because why not? We should cover all of our bases. I will also just add as a recollection that turnover time was given, in my view, as a justification for reducing the number of parking spots. The current iteration of the plan, knowing that it's a sketch and it may change, has all of the required parking spots. So it's just kind of a footnote to that also, but that's not to say we shouldn't include that as a point to consider in the traffic, in the peer review.
It's good to know that it's coming from a source of like statistics rather than, because like last time the engineer mentioned that they don't do site-wide events, but the Andover Primrose School does, and it's listed on their website. And so things like that I want to make sure are captured in the traffic study.
Yeah.
In terms of my concern about the new layout is people are going to either be slowing on Main Street to make the right or left in, or they're going to be kind of coming in hot. And now that you've got parking, especially employee parking right at the end, is there a sidewalk or a means for them to get to where cars are slowed down? Or are they going to be crossing the parking lot where people are traveling faster than they should be in a school parking lot?
I think that's a really, these are all good suggestions. I don't mean to prioritize them, but I'm hoping that the applicant can take that as a note, because I think that's something to consider.
And my last question is the stuff about the wall that towards the Francis Street, the side, is that still, the retaining wall still on the plans? And when you say that the height requirements are met, is that based on the grade as it is today, or is that based on the grade as it will be?
Proposed completed.
But the ground level, like the height from the ground, is that the ground where the ground is going to be moved to, and then height on top of it? So that was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, in the back there.
Hi, Steve Mays, 59 Francis Drive. Just a couple of quick questions. Is a site like this required to have the EV parking requirements that the town has established?
I don't know where this falls under stretch code, and if they're EV ready or not required for child care facility. I don't know. I can look into that.
Yeah, if we could, and then did they configure that when they came up with the new parking plan?
That'd be a good thing to just get information for along the way, because this is,
It wouldn't add more spots though, if that's why you're asking it.
No, it may reduce the number of spots though, if the spaces have to be bigger based on what's been configured for this new setup. Because aren't these spaces slightly larger?
EV?
The EV spaces, or no?
No.
Okay, that was my
The cars are the
misunderstanding.
same size, so the parking spaces are
Yeah,
the
the
same size.
charger can sometimes, if you want it to be accessible, take like a van space almost, but not required.
Right. Andrew, could you report back on that, answer to that question?
Yep, I'll find an answer, yeah.
The peer review study that was done, if I'm not mistaken, was based on one day in March for the data that was put up there, not the historical data, but the current data. Reading is sandwiched between Route 93 and 128, and trying to get out of like just Francis Drive on a day there's an accident or a backup could take 20 minutes, half an hour before somebody might let you out because the traffic is backed up so badly. That's going to impact a site like this because it's on 28 heading up to Main Street where there's the big intersection. So I don't know if that can be put into consideration. I mean, obviously we can't pick the day that there's going to be a backup, but it happens more often than not. And the other comment I had was based on the egress plan from the building in the event of a disaster or an emergency. The comment was made, well, we can put the kids into the playground area. Okay, is that flammable or not? The artificial surface. And if it's flammable and there's fire in the building, that doesn't work for the kids. The building I'm in, I worked on the egress plan in Quincy. We're 50 to 100 yards from the building to evacuate everybody out. No one is allowed on the sidewalks. Police and fire have to be able to get in and out of the building at will without having to, excuse me, can you please move? That type of stuff. So that's something else to consider on a site that's this congested with fire vehicles coming in, people trying to get out, and trying to get the kids to safety first. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's someone right there, thank you.
Janice Bonner, I live at 874 Main Street. I've lived there on and off for about 40 years, since I was a kid. I can tell you that the traffic patterns are crazy. The type of traffic making their way down the street is also crazy. It's not just cars, it's 18-wheelers trying to get by each other. So my question is whether an independent study could be done of traffic rather than just a peer review. It's just a question. I don't understand the rules there. The other thing I wanted to point out is that it seems there was more data last time that people were questioning, not just the pickup drop-off time that was needed, but also how many students are going to be in the building at a time, how full the school is going to be, how often kids are sick. I'm a financial advisor. I have daycares as my clients. I know that obviously you're trying to fill the school, right? It's a profit maker. So are these studies assuming that these schools are full? That is my major concern. I look out at the property. I have no concerns, to be honest with you. I'm never selling my house with my property value. This is truly a safety concern. 2 years ago, looking out the window, and I have kids too, and anybody who lives in the area knows we don't even try to cross that street. It's like playing Frogger. You don't do it. It's scary. So just imagine if we don't have enough parking spots and people are trying to park in Bethesda and they're crossing across either for a school event at Christmas when you're bringing grandma too, and they're trying to get across the street with these kids. You don't put a traffic light there, that's an issue. To me, I'm not a traffic engineer. But if we put a traffic light there, how are we slowing these cars down and the 18-wheelers in time to not hit each other and then make a tight turn into this property for these kids to get in there? So to me, I agree. It seems like a very crammed spot. I feel like there are other alternatives in town, perhaps, where this could go, where everybody could be safe. Finally, topography. I know we mentioned that earlier. Are we considering the fact that there's a downhill, right? When you look uphill from just past the property, this is a downhill. That accident 2 years ago where the kid went over on his roof out front of the house was basically because he was speeding, knocked out light posts and everything else. It's slippery, forget it when it's winter, and they're trying to slow down on a downhill to make a quick turn into the property. It just doesn't seem like common sense to me. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. A couple of points. The downhill component was what, John, you were talking about with, I'm just making sure I was interpreting and making sure that it wasn't just like a typical sightline study. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Make this quick. My name is Matt Krakowski. I live at 911 Main Street, and exactly to that point, when they do the traffic study reviews, are they able to model in either snowbanks or just the winter weather? Because I live on 28 on Main Street, coming out of my own driveway, and then I make a 3-point turn in my driveway because you can't see. Even I walk my snow down my driveway But when those plows come down, those snowbanks add up, and you gotta like inch out until your bumper is pointing out, and then you get people blaring at their horns because they think you can't see them when you're watching for them. So I just don't know, call it a comment or a question, but when they model that, if they're able to take into the not so perfect account of it's gonna be snow that's mounting on both sides of those, so.
How does that get taken into account?
I've never seen that. I don't think it's modeled, I don't know, but we do typically condition that snow storage cannot impede sight lines and sight distance. And so if it's proposed in a certain area, it would have to be removed.
What about for like plows that are coming down and plowing Main Street and they're just pushing it to the side so that it's not Primrose School that's removing the
Still,
snow?
they would have to go cleaning afterwards.
Yeah.
The school does have to clean it afterwards?
Yeah,
Okay.
so if it falls on their property, we're gonna consider it on their property.
Is that their property though?
I mean, like in the driveway, like in any landscaped islands that they might have in and around that driveway.
Yeah, I think the short answer is like in your, just being honest, like that's not typically taken into account, right? But it's some of that stuff that you need to sort of think through.
In the
you know,
overall
if-
site
in the
plan.
overall site plan, yeah. So.
Thank you.
But
What's interesting
That's a
here
good
is
point.
it's almost nowhere to put, no area that's reserved presently for snow storage and ice.
I was,
Yeah.
even though it's like almost summertime and warm, I was thinking about that myself. And that we got into in site plans, whereas the snow storage and snow
Yeah.
removal. Yes,
Hi, Valerie Ross, 29 Lawrence Road. One of my large concerns, everyone knows taking a left on Main Street from that area is almost impossible. So the cars are gonna go right, and what are they gonna do? They're gonna go down Hampshire Road and come out Lawrence Road to take a left at the lights. There are, I'd say less than half of the length of Hampshire and Lawrence has sidewalks. At the hours that these children would be dropped off at the daycare is when children are walking to school. They walk from Hampshire and Lawrence Road, across Main Street to both Birch Meadow, Coolidge, and the high school. Very dangerous intersection. We've had a lot of concerns about that, the children crossing Main Street at that light. So now you're gonna add the concerns that the children are gonna be walking on the street because there are no sidewalks on most of Hampshire. And they're gonna be walking in the street at where Lawrence Road takes the curve. It's a pretty steep, pretty sharp curve. Children at that point have to be in the street because there are no sidewalks. So it's gonna be a very dangerous time for children walking to school. And the neighborhood is filled with young children. It's a neighborhood that has always had school-age children, and it's gonna be very dangerous for them walking to school. They have no choice because there are no sidewalks, they have to be in the street, and this traffic flow will be, from the daycare will be exactly when these children are walking to school. So it's certainly a safety concern for the people in that neighborhood.
is that ever factored into a traffic impact study or is that like too far away?
They did look at Lawrence Road and Hampshire, and they did note that the sidewalks are spotty. And I drove it down tonight before coming here, and I would say it's less than half of the distance has sidewalks. And certainly at the curve, that's the most dangerous. On Lawrence Road, there are no sidewalks. So the children would be in the street.
I know that road. So, yeah, that's something that the peer review it would include the peer review of that assessment as well, right?
And they did note the sidewalk issue, but they didn't note that there are children at that time walking to the schools, to the 3 schools.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's all during school drop-off time.
yes. All right, thank you.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Jane McCord, 44 Francis Drive. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Am I remembering correctly that the traffic study, which is being peer reviewed, captured data on one particular day in March? I'm wondering if there is, and if that's the case, I am wondering if there is a possibility of expanding that so that more days of observation are included. It doesn't seem that one day would be sufficient to gather that kind of data. Thanks.
And then, like, it should be at school. I also, it's like it should not be a Monday or a Friday, yeah, and that's the kind of thing that even as we discuss the peer review, we can kind of flag and say,
Yeah.
did you look at that, right?
Yeah, that they will know that typically, right, typically a traffic study is done in, right, there's, March is a good time because you can't do it in January, you can't do it in December, you don't want to do it in the summer, right? There's, like, it starts to narrow down, like the typical month is pretty limited. You know, it's like October and March are like
It's actually
typical.
not that typical.
Yeah, it's not that typical. And so, but we will definitely get some comments if the, right, because they have, the peer reviewer has other data on what typical traffic is like in the region. And so they'll be able to compare what was counted with what MassDOT has in terms of data. And MassDOT's getting better and better data to the degree that you really don't even need to go out, and people don't like to hear this, but you don't need to go out and actually count data because they use cell phone data to actually get real-time traffic counts and stuff.
What about visibility data? So you think of daylight savings, you think of 4
Yeah.
PM and.
Yeah. I was just gonna say to come out, but yeah, it's a quick question.
John, why are some months better than others to collect data?
Well, right, like traffic changes in December, traffic changes, summer traffic changes.
More or less?
Less. Well, it depends where you are, but yes.
For us.
Yep, for us, less.
Okay, is that everyone? I didn't mean to make you hold back what you want to say.
Right, but I do think, right, like this is
But
only,
this is
right, we're really only commenting, right, right, I think, as he said, right, there will once everything gets put together and they have.
There's going to be more
There's gonna
meaty
be more
discussion.
meaty, yes.
So, you know, I really appreciate everybody showing up. And
Can I just read some Zoom comments we got?
and see if we have some Zoom comments also, yes.
Kevin L. chatted, seems like peer review is just a friend of the developers. Why can't the board choose a truly neutral third party? Questioned if the number of traffic stops within 100 yards are taken into effect in the peer review and the RFD definition of satisfactory. So first comment, this is a board independent, third party independent peer review, no relation to the applicant, at least that I'm aware of at this time.
And I'll emphasize that we've worked into the process the opportunity for the board to even question the peer reviewer.
Yeah. If traffic stops, and I believe what he's asking is speed tickets are taken into effect in the peer review. I don't think so, but again, we're going to go back towards like those average speeds of the corridor in relation to some of the movements and things. I'll just defer to RFD on their memo and being satisfied with the plan changes.
Yeah, it is on, I see you there, it should be in the, is that on the materials online?
Yep.
The letter from the fire department saying that they are satisfied with the turning movements. Yes, please come on up.
Christine from Francis Drive, I don't need the podium, I just wanted to add that we've also got the high school and maybe 200 drivers with maybe 15 minutes of experience.
Yes.
Who are also driving on that same road at the same time.
Yes, and I'm going to, rather than everybody, please do come up to the podium because this is how people at home see you, okay, but yes.
Or hear you.
And hear you.
No, I don't wanna go up there. No, so I'm 56 Lawrence Road, but I just wanna add, my son bikes to school, even if there were sidewalks, he's not on it, because it's a bike. Does the traffic analysis take into account that each time another kid, and there's also kids that come from Putnam walking to school, biking to school, that crossing guard pushes the button each time. And I believe a couple years ago, a different crossing guard was hit by a car. So that also, there's kids that do cut throughs through our street to walk and cross, and every time she has to get out there and, because the button works effectively, but.
Somebody has to push it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good
And
little
then get
additional point of input. John?
What's the cost to do our own traffic study? How would you contrast it with the peer review?
If we do our own traffic studies, honestly, it's not gonna find anything different.
I'm speaking from complete ignorance, so I don't know.
No, yeah, I mean, it really won't.
The data's the data.
The data is the data, and yeah, they won't, if we did our own traffic study, we'd be, the stuff that we aren't getting from our own traffic study is information about the development. That's it, right? So we're getting all the data from the peer reviewer in their evaluation of the data.
But was the original traffic study done with, say, instrumentation at the proposed location? Was that the sensing point for velocity, number of cars?
I don't think it does.
Or was it taken some distance from that?
I don't think it does velocity.
Pardon me?
I don't believe it.
Does that include average velocity?
I don't believe the TIS had that included, but
Wouldn't that be kind of an interesting piece of data to have?
Well, and I see you're up, thank you. I mean, I guess I'm also wondering, wouldn't the peer review point out, and we have the opportunity to ask about that, any deficiencies in the methodology? So the peer review gives us the opportunity to have another professional and us questioning the other professional about the methodology. It kind of deepens that whole conversation. And yes, you stood up to respond to this, and I see another question.
No, I was just, I mean, again, I think you guys got to the answer. Yeah, traffic counts to include like a velocity component. That's all I was gonna add.
So that portion of the street is posted at 40. I drive it frequently. It's near my house. People are regularly doing 45 and 50. So I think the velocity question is important as it relates to stopping distance and reaction time. The reason that Charles Street was made a right turn only is that the combination of the crest, I'm sorry, we need a map to make this make much sense, but there is a road called Charles Street which intersects 28, almost the mirror image of where your project proposes. And that was converted from a turning either direction to a right turn only because folks were turning left, and the combination of the crest to hill and 45 mile an hour or more, and the number of rear end collisions was substantial. People just starting off and folks coming over the crest of the hill at full velocity. The same is going to be true in your case, where you're on the other side of the very same hill, and they're coming over the crest of that hill. For some reason, I don't know why, it just encourages people to get up to speed and beyond as they come over the top of that hill. I don't know whether it's the sense that, oh, the road's opened up, let me go. So I think the question of velocity is central to the safety question. 40 cars an hour at 15 miles an hour is a lot different than the same number at 45, particularly if you've got to stop in 150 feet.
So that I do think that would be covered under the site evaluation. So they, the peer reviewer will look at existing conditions, they go out to the site, they observe speeds. If the town has speed data, we can look at that, but that is what site distance evaluation is.
But they literally throw a sensor in and actually start recording data for an hour or a day.
So I don't know what data the police department and the Mass DOT has in terms of speed on that corridor, but given you did the recent road diet, I wouldn't be surprised if we can get some of that data, so we'd be happy.
Yeah, like I'm sure MassDOT has the average speed of the corridor, potentially, and I can talk to RPD if we can get like a signboard and speed board on a pole near the site and see over the course of a week, 2, 3, if there's an average speed closer to the site.
You see a signboard, you'd want to be somewhat surreptitious. You're not trying to say, you're on camera, right?
And site distance is never evaluated at the speed limit, so there's always factor of safety to take into account.
So it's at some greater speed. Do you happen to know what that safety margin is?
So I believe we typically, depending on how the classification of the road, it's 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Thank you.
Okay. And there's another question right behind you.
My last question was whether the actual accident history is going to come into, accident history is going to come into play in this study. So in the peer review, are we going to be pulling accidents for the last, as we said, it's going to come up in discussion, but how's it going to come into play in all of this decision making? So the fact that they're happening all the time right there, I think just as residents and concerned citizens, we'd like to know how that is used, that information is used. We're sure that it's used, and we're sure that it's pulled, I guess, right? Because as we said, we're not quite sure where it's coming from. Is it coming from studies that engineers are using to do this type of traffic study, Or is it coming from newspapers and police logs that hopefully I could go to downtown, and I called a couple times to the police to ask if I could do that. I haven't heard back yet. And go through logs, I'm willing to do it, because seeing these accidents happen and knowing what's going on here is so concerning to me with kids.
I think that's a good question, and you know, we have the traffic study, you know, in last month's submission. And there should be information in there about where the data was given, and we'll have also through the peer, where the data was obtained. I don't know if it is actually, because I'm not remembering it that clearly, but we should, through the peer review, also be able to ask, so what data did you use? We should be able to ask that through this process.
Historical accidents that are incorporated and considered here. Are they not, or are they?
Is that?
It's right in front of that property. There's been so many accidents. How is that going to come into play? It just seems like common sense, or a crime if we don't incorporate it.
I think the question is twofold. One is the data representative? And two, when it's presented to this board, what will we do with it and to integrate it into our thinking and our thought process?
And that
I have no idea.
I think we have to see what we have.
I am just gonna quickly pull up the scope. I haven't seen any opinions or comments. So just the applicant agrees, what I would send back to Green International is comments to address turning movements in and out of the site, and really there's the site layout that also considers the average corridor speeds in relation to those movements in and out of the site. Make sure they look at the truck turning movements, fire truck turning movements. Look at the accident reports, and then really importantly looking at the parking utilization in relation to the turnover and trip generation of the site, but keeping all in mind of the local context of the state routed road.
So two things, if we can, that came up, that if we can add and make sure. One is clear documentation on their part of what data they're using, and an evaluation of the data provided, right, in the traffic, in the TIA. I guess the other thing is, you know, you brought up, which is a fantastic point, is that Mass DOT has really good data along this corridor from all the, right, because not only did they track travel data before they did the road diet, the changing of the line, the striping, they monitored it for an exceedingly long time because they wanted to make sure that the changes in COVID travel patterns weren't sort of skewing any results. So they did have a lot of data, and it would be a shame to not use that. And so if they can get that data and confirm that the data that was collected is sort of in relation with that, or how does it relate? Because that's a good set of data that would make everyone feel better or worse about the data that was collected.
And we'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. There's a question. Would you please come up? It helps us to help.
Because my understanding is that data that MassDOT collected was like not only volumes, but a lot of speed data over different times a day.
Yep. Do you know how they collected it? Was it cell phone or?
Yeah, it's cell phone, I believe.
Christine Curtin, 55 Francis Drive. Why don't we put a traffic camera there?
Well, I think we have a lot of data, right? So we have a lot of data, and this is, again, we can look at
I think we're looking at averages over time rather than real time. This is what's occurring on a day-to-day basis when kids are coming and going from school. We're talking about road conditions, weather conditions, how much rain is going on, things like that. We've got enough time. Why can't we just put a real live camera there and start recording?
I don't know who's going to pay to process that data.
My thought is like, okay, who's the we there? Is the town gonna do that? Who's going to then, who's going to, I think that it's a good.
Reading Wildlife has one already, so
It's a good and
can't be that
interesting
hard.
question, and we could then watch the traffic, but it would also take somebody, I think, to process it, analyze it, report on it, and that is a big question of who would do that.
It seems like it's worth it for 177 preschoolers. Thank you.
Okay, others? Yes.
Sorry. Hi, Paul Sutherland, 10 Duck Road again. Just in terms of traffic cameras, could we actually do something like less in terms of analysis, but actually impacting the traffic in the area, like an enforcement camera that would drive traffic to be more aware in a situation where it might already be unsafe?
Well, and I think that's another, that's a good and interesting suggestion, that gets to kind of just improving traffic conditions regardless of what is going in there, right? Yeah. If anything, you know, this process is also illuminating the challenge of that section of road. Yes.
I got to stop, sorry. Arthur Sandovus, 14 Duck Road, and that's 20 years. Part of that, 15 years at Hampshire Road, so 35 years in total. I'm not quite sure if we're really taking into account the winter conditions and how you capture that data. So that's 4 months in ice and snow. Is the data going to tell us what happens here? Because coming down that hill, we're trying to go up that hill, and bad conditions is bad enough. Can't control your car very well with kids all around. And I would say also, you know, snowbanks, point that was brought up earlier, is a real concern. Snow removal on Main Street, there's bank after bank after bank after bank. That's impeding your ability to see. So I don't know whether this peer review process is going to be able to capture that kind of data. Is there any comment on that question?
I think it will.
I think we'll have accident data,
Yeah.
right? That happens, right? If in the winter, right?
It's not the same though, in terms of actual data impeding a daily operation of 177 person children daycare. I mean, that's a significant impact on a daily basis. I don't know if that captures, that kind of data captures that kind of issue.
What I don't know, and I have a question. There's more experts.
Yeah.
I don't know how one would measure that other than it's
Right.
measured in
Well, that's my
crashes.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
That's exactly my
Yeah.
point. There's a lot of information that we're trying to capture that we're not going to be able to capture while we're trying to fit this square peg in a round hole. And that's my concern because, again, you keep talking about the potential safety. And there's things that I fear that this peer review study is just can't capture. But all the people in this room have seen it for years. And so that's my concern in terms of what this committee should be considering as it reviews.
I'll say you're 100% right, right? So the peer review is going to tell us some stuff and it's not going to tell us other stuff, right? And that
So
sort
there's
of
just
thing.
common sense that needs to prevail.
There's some stuff that is going to be a discussion and more comments from you all, and what we can look at and what we can't look at and what we can consider, so there's a lot of things here. The peer review and the traffic study gets at one component, and I do think that I recognize they're good, right? But they're not the end all and be all, right? And I will tell you that I don't view that.
I'm just asking if the committee is going to
absolutely.
Well, like I
ability to-
have a hard time imagining the traffic study is going to capture what you might see in the wintertime of cars struggling up or down that section of road. It doesn't get captured in anything that ultimately gets measured.
That's my point.
And the darkness.
And so it's up to us to kind of consider what we know to be real. We live in a snowy area. We know those are real issues that aren't going to get captured, and then we decide to put this
Yeah, and that
massive building
those are
on the
things that,
busiest road,
those are
one of
things
the
that we
busiest
can keep
roads in the
discussing.
entire state.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just common sense. Okay, thank you.
Does the Primrose School operate when public schools are shut down?
question. It's probably the best.
Other daycares too.
And so what I've been doing tonight is kind of gathering a lot of kind of comments and stuff. So we do have a representative from Primrose. I think it makes sense. We'll kind of try to capture everything at the next meeting.
Just a question, wondering.
So this is good, John, next, and then I will say if for additional comments, if you're going to say something that is new and different, it feels like we're starting to repeat some of each other's points.
Andrew, can you go back to that image you just took in?
Yep.
You have average speed up there twice. You have it in the second square from the top left. You have it in the fourth square from the third square from the top right. I think what you want is not the average. You want the peak. You want the actual peak speed, because that's relative for each target. It's not, I don't really care that the average is 40 miles an hour. You got 5 guys that did 60 and 5 guys that did 20, but it doesn't tell you the actual risk profile.
So you're looking more for
range. The comment about the
volumes at maybe tranches of.
you're trying to look at the entire distribution of actual behavior
Yeah.
for a given point in time, and some people are going to obey, and some people are being conservative, and some people are going to say, like the Volvo that just went through town the other day, and unfortunately it was a fatality.
Yeah.
I heard he was doing 90 miles an hour.
90?
But the point is, people do not always follow the posted signs, and it's human behavior, and so the risk profile is made worse by the peak speed, not the average speed. You know, the police don't ticket you for doing the average velocity. It's the peak ones they ticket, and that's really the question here.
Yeah, I guess maybe
Don't
either
have
peak
that-
speeds or allowed speeds, like I could say at like 40 miles an hour. I don't.
If the state data takes the average vehicles and the average velocity, you're gonna get a mean value that doesn't mean anything. An average tells you nothing about the population, so you actually need the raw data. The request for a traffic camera is not crazy if it can store every vehicle it sees and the velocity it measured as a function of time. And then you can produce plots that say 24 hours, here's the actual scatter plot for these and these and these, and you can see the population density change.
The time periods that we really want are morning
And afternoon, right, peak kid time, right.
I think I thought they said at some point they had staggered drop off, so it was varying periods too.
I'm just looking at
That's what we want. I mean, we don't want midnight.
Well, and I think, a lot of this will then come out and will continue to be discussed as we're looking at the results, right? Like safety of kids, that morning drop-off time is when everyone is on the road. Parents are probably mostly picking up their kids maybe not always, but at the end of the day, not during the 3 p.m. school dismissal. But those are all things that come into us, and some go get their kids from daycare at that time. So those are all things that we consider when we're thinking about the overall roll-up, and the peer review is going to tell us what we may have missed in the initial review. Okay. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm going to start rambling. I think it looks like we're done with the comments. Any more online? Okay.
I just have one super quick question. Has each member of the Cpdc committee visited this site, gotten out of their car, walked 885 Main Street and experienced it?
I can say not yet, but it's on my plan to do so.
Okay, do we have permission to?
Is he gonna let us on the property?
I
don't
know
know about
I don't know
885
this particular
specifically.
site.
We forwarded your comments and addresses for site visits for your guys' properties. I can ask with the applicant or current property owner if it's okay. I don't
Let me,
contact, but-
let me, for the record, correct what I said. I know, some of the abutters extended an invitation to Cpdc members to come visit. That might not necessarily include the actual site because we might not have permission to go there, but I'm intending to follow up on that invitation.
And can you make sure that you try taking a left turn and also a right turn when you come out on Main Street? So if you go to one of the abutters, try taking that left turn. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I think we probably need a motion to continue this.
You'd probably need a motion to authorize the peer review scope of work as amended to proceed.
All right, I think Hillary just said so moved.
I'll second that.
Alrighty, all those in favor? Okay, all in favor? And now, our other order of business is just to continue it, right?
Correct.
Okay, now we need a motion to continue.
Motion to continue the public hearing for the site plan review for 885 Main Street, the Primrose School to the next meeting, or do we need more time?
So we don't wanna waste, I don't think the peer review, did they give a timeline? Usually they're about 6 weeks.
Gonna say it's probably 4 to 6 weeks.
I think your next meeting would be 4 weeks from now, correct?
Yes.
So I think it might make sense to do the following meeting, just so people don't come and.
So the July meeting.
Gosh,
Is it the 14th of July?
I think it's the
July.
Yeah.
2025.
Okay, is there a second?
Okay.
All right, all those in favor? Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Take a 2-minute bio break.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
like what I really.
What the room looks like after that one topic's over.
Coming out there, you think I'm right.
Alright, what's next?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's reconvene.
I don't know if we can do anything about it, but my wife tells me that RCTV, the audio is almost unintelligible. At least it was as of, half an hour. Interesting.
Oh, really?
It's gonna be.
That's what it was for me the other night.
Right, feels like it's an ongoing
And
thing.
it's only channel 33, it's not whatever going on to 32.
I wonder if the YouTube.
Well, you can just watch YouTube.
Stream. It
You
might
can,
also
but
be
if
impaired.
people are accustomed, you're paying for it, 33 should work. Yes.
Yeah. So, I don't know what to do about that. Maybe Matt can take care of that.
I'm sure he's listening right now and
But he can't understand what we're saying.
I don't wanna know.
I can
Don't
hear it
wanna
on
know.
YouTube. That's helpful.
I wanna go home and relive it all as I fall asleep.
Alrighty.
Next on the agenda is a repeat item for the covenant endorsement at Grandview Road. I think when we last discussed, one, it was very late. Two, it was the question on the both the project update from the applicant, which we did get, and I uploaded late this afternoon, so you might not have seen it, but just general construction schedule, both for the right of way and the proposed dwelling lots, which at my read intends to complete in 2026. And it was very simple in nature, I understand, but I think effective to at least get an idea of the sense of time for the project. And then the other open-ended question remaining was the slope easement and the timing of that, and if it's necessary, and how do we really enact this post-road construction. So we did ask that question to council, gave them the whole story on the modifications, the road improvement, the plan set, the conditions, etc. I believe at this time they felt comfortable that we were able to endorse the covenant if CPDC wished to move forward towards permitting. So what the applicant is asking for tonight is to endorse the covenant if all agree, and then release the lots from said covenant, which is tied to the right-of-way improvements. And I know there's a lot there.
I'm gonna go back on the easement, and but just because, like, it's fine, we'll move along.
Yeah.
But I have a problem with the email that we got from town council, because I think we got bad counsel, because he says, essentially, the way I read this is like, yeah, like you typically do this and you typically do that, and that should be fine. And in the future, which is sort of everything that we talked about and everything that was discussed is like, yeah, typically you should have like a license agreement to be able to do that. And I'll quote the end. Our preference would be to document the access rights in a written license agreement just to provide some additional security for the what ifs. And that was the whole point of, like, who cares about the easement as it's written now? Like, if all goes well, it was the what ifs. And what is weird to me is he's leaving that off. So what if? What if the town comes and wants to do this? We have now, in this particular case, not addressed what ifs. And that's what lawyers are supposed to do. That's why lawyers are lawyers, is to address those what ifs, right? I mean, that's what they do. So, like, why he's counseling us to let this one go and not address those what ifs is odd to me. It doesn't seem like it's good advice.
And it made me confused about
you
what we
following me?
actually have.
Like-
Well, and it made me confused about what we actually have now. So because I thought the intention was not for it to be a temporary easement, but an easement so that in case the slope needed repairing or something like that. This is so the town now owns this issue with the slope that the developer created, right?
But the premise here is that it's been regraded to the town's satisfaction. So effectively, it's been restored to prior condition.
And is that
restored
No.
to
it
prior
hasn't
Not
been.
true?
condition. the slope is agreed upon in nature in the plan set in terms of the temporary easement and the regrading it, but at least my understanding is the intent is that the applicant does not go back there, does not, after their after their disturbance and their regrading, there's no need for them to go back onto a town property. And understanding the concerns are, well, what does the town do if we want to do something, or how does this?
Yeah, I mean, really, here's, get to the chase here, right? Like, if something happens and that washes out, then we are responsible for paying for their road. Because we didn't put the onus on them. They're using town land to support their roadway.
Yeah.
And like, now, if something happens, it's gonna be on the town.
Oh, it's a structural element to the road.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I
yes,
thought it was
yes.
purely just
Why
grading.
can't you just add, they're looking for something, why can't you just add that in perpetuity, they have to maintain the slope as is?
Exactly, yeah,
there's
yes,
some,
which
they-
would be a
they
license
are
agreement or an
responsible.
easement, yeah.
I was gonna say.
And that was
Not necessarily, well, not
never.
necessarily an easement, they'd have to apply for an easement, make a repair.
Yeah.
But then doesn't that have to go to town meeting to game?
How would you
That's
memorialize
the
that?
question
So
of
a
like
license
permitting
agreement,
and
yes.
like, right.
And a license
easement,
agreement is
not a
revocable,
license.
though, so they could revoke it too, right? Yeah, but I still think we need something,
Yeah,
like
but
a license agreement that says that.
You can revoke a license agreement. It's terminated for cause or convenience.
So, like, what's done is done, right? And this should all have
I do
been,
it as
what
an
he's saying
easement.
is it all should have been done beforehand, and it wasn't.
And that's our
And-
lesson learned,
and-
yeah.
And it's weird that his counsel to us is
Let it go.
let it go.
He said in there, in the sentence above what you read, the very
Yeah.
beginning of that paragraph, if you read that one,
In the case your team has the discretion to authorize agreement.
you guys have discretion to authorize the work there. The board did at the time, I wasn't on, but.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So you can authorize them reworking town land?
So in terms of like the temporary access when they were going onto the site to do the grading, the question is now what of the grading that is being maintained in perpetuity. The temporary access we could authorize, but the question
Yes.
is now the long term of that slope maintenance.
Is the town now, because it's our property and there's never been a written agreement about who has responsibility for what, are we now responsible for maintaining the slope as it is to support their road?
I would say so.
Yeah, we need a license agreement or something so that
So
they're
the-
actually responsible for maintaining
I
that
mean,
slope.
just, right, it's a small thing,
What-
and it's only a what if,
I
right?
know,
That's
I
the
know,
thing,
yeah.
it's a lot of work for a what if, but it's something that
But
should
there's a
have been
real
done.
principle, I
There's a
mean,
real principle, and there's
Yes.
something that should have been
Where,
done.
what got missed when? Where was the gap?
Is there actually, I've never seen it, is there high propensity for washout there?
It's a pretty standard 3-to-1.
So, I don't think
okay.
What got missed? Why did this happen in the first place?
It just,
there's a lot of moving parts to this stuff.
Well, yeah, it kept coming on and off, and they redid it and redid it and redid it and redid it and redid it.
And then
Probably
said,
4 or
we're
5
gonna
times.
get an easement,
Yeah.
because we talked about the fact that they were using town
Can you
land,
do
and
one
they
after the
said,
fact?
they will get an easement, and we conditioned
Yes.
occupancy on an easement, I
Yeah.
think is what
Yeah.
it was.
Yes.
yeah.
And maybe we should have
So
just been
what I-
tighter about that, said, no, you can't do that until you have an agreement.
What I
Why wouldn't
can
we simply ask for
require,
one now?
so what I can
Well,
condition and require is that either, again, we're going back to prior to issuance of a permit, in this case, I'll say building permit, we get an executed license agreement or the full easement from town meeting.
Are they on the meeting?
I believe,
He's trying to join, it's lagging for some reason.
So what are the hooks now?
I don't wanna make a mountain out of molehill, but it just seems, to me, it just seems odd the way that it's been left by town council. Like, it's important for a what if, but, this time we'll let it slide.
Like,
I just feel like bad things happen when you knowingly let something slide,
Yeah.
it's just
yeah, you're planning for failure.
like.
The question is, who's gonna sign it? Developer?
The license
so
agreement.
that becomes the thing, like you transfer it to the home
Owns the road.
HOA or
What's
what.
the road on which the slope is?
Is that, I can't vote on this, I'm just asking questions for everybody to think about.
So who maintains the road? The HOA does?
Yeah.
That's
Like
that's
private
easy
road,
enough. Yeah,
not,
you can just-
not to become, not to be accepted.
What about
In the end, right, you know that what happens is 50 years down the line, they all get accepted anyways.
They have
and
a
the whole
performance
thing.
bond?
And so,
They do have a performance bond in the slope easement as part of that performance bond in terms of like reseeding and, you know, restoring it back to its original, like the new grade, but original grass seed.
Yeah.
Well, no, wait, they've got a performance bond that can't last forever, does it?
So it's tied to
easement.
Well, then
the
that,
date of
well,
the
then
endorsement of the
that's what
covenant.
we exchange for. We exchange for the performance bond. They just give us an easement.
How much is the bond for?
I believe it was like 165-ish.
I've built my career on protecting public land.
Yes.
How much money are we holding for the performance bond?
So,
Yeah, so that's,
Andrew, what were you
Consideration.
saying is tied to the covenant?
That attracts some interest.
So I believe for status of completion, sorry, it was 145, not 165.
145,000 performance
Yep. Subdivisions are conditioned 2 years to the date of the plan endorsement signature or the covenant agreement, if my memory is correct, whichever is sooner. In this case, would be the plan endorsement.
When did that happen?
well, he hasn't applied for release of the bond yet, correct?
No.
Then as a
The bond
condition or
just got
whatever, you
established.
basically say that they enter into an agreement with the town, agreeing to maintain
And restore.
and restore this grant that we gave them.
So I think you got all the leverage you need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would work for me, yeah.
Does that work for you, Jim?
I'm sorry, I was rereading the letter.
Before releasing the bond, that they enter into an agreement to maintain and restore if needed, if needed.
It's not a severe slope though.
Right,
It's only a
right.
3-1
Yeah,
slope.
I mean, ultimately,
It's
that
just-
condition is still in
Sure.
place prior to the final
In a
occupancy of
precedent.
the site and the
In a
bond
precedent,
release, and
yes.
so that condition is still there for
Yeah.
leverage.
Let's, I'd be okay with that. I mean, the performance bond lifetime is what, 2 years, 3 years?
3 years, I think.
So it's got a lifetime, it turns into a pumpkin at some point, right? So let's trade for something better.
Very loud and clear.
How do we consecrate that idea?
Put a holy water.
Like, how do we make sure that it's not Tony reminding us that we said this 5 years from now? No, but
And
we
so
do.
you will have a chance when there is,
You can-
actually, I shouldn't
is
say
there a
that,
motion
because
we
in
wanna
this
make?
case, there wasn't a tri-party agreement, the bond is direct with the town.
Well, they're trying to log into the call, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, I am
It's
wondering
not
if there's a
working.
motion to
Um,
because we have all of these things to.
So I
to
still
amend,
have
of
the
course.
original conditions tied to occupancy in relation to the easement, which can be.
Do we have other topics tonight?
Yes,
Should we table this
topic.
one to see if he connects and get back to it?
can you
Yes.
see if he can just call in? Is there a phone
He was
number?
trying before, but it was just, it kept saying loading for him. So I don't know if it's a
Our Wi-Fi was slow here for a minute ago.
issue for him.
Yeah, should we table this topic until,
Well, do we have a obviously it's on the calendar, because we've got it here. So we've got a basis to get back to him?
So it was on your last agenda, we postponed, it's on this agenda.
Right. We asked him for an update on all of this.
So
then
I
we got
think,
the
why
memo
don't we
canceled.
just respond, it was on the agenda and the board concluded that, you know, as part of the bond that's there, the town would like an easement as part of the,
Yeah, we can
Or
reflect
license
that in the
agreement.
minutes.
A license agreement is fine, because then the easement needs to go to town meeting, and that would be
okay,
hard,
okay.
Mm.
Okay,
harder than is necessary.
Do we need to make a motion of something?
What is our motion?
What are we trying to do?
And does that prevent us from endorsing the covenant agreement and the lot release? Because now we're tying it to the
all right.
bond
That
instead.
gives-
We have
that
a
gives us-
plan.
Right, so
Is,
covenant is tied to that right-of-way development, which I think is an appropriate place to condition prior to the release of easement or from covenant, the license agreement or easement will be executed. Release the lots from the right-of-way, which is really the key of the slope easement. The lots aren't tied to the slope easement beyond like access.
So what we wanna do is condition the covenant.
Prior to release from covenant. So you'll endorse the covenant, but condition that prior from their release of said covenant.
But that allows them to start work.
Right, you will allow them to start building permitting if you release the lots.
Would you want that?
I wish he was able to get on, so we knew he would agree to this. Yes, just do it. Why don't we table this, we'll take care of our other business and come back
Yeah, let me see if I can
in the same thing.
too.
Okay,
I would wanna be here to discuss that.
are you trying to get him on one more time, or telling
Just
you?
gonna shoot him an email and see if he can connect again.
Oh, it's a performance bond to complete everything. Oh, right. So he wouldn't be,
Well, you wouldn't wanna release a lot.
you wouldn't wanna release a lot.
Right, because you want that person's signature.
It's very confusing. Are we ready to go on?
Sure.
So the next topic is master planning. And I can give an update. I recently learned, because I'm not an avid follower of select board meetings, but I've recently learned that the select board is interested in moving ahead with the master planning process. Not necessarily on a super fast timeframe. The timeframe that we had been discussing as this committee was we initially had discussed taking an update to town meeting in November of what the overall master planning cost would be. Other things, and Andrew included some memos, a memo that you had written to the select board in our packet. Council confirmed with the select board chair that the several components of the master plan, the components of the master plan required by state law are under the jurisdiction, if you will, of Cpdc as the planning board. So yes, in general law, in our charter, in our zoning bylaws, select board has an interest in a broader style of master plan that can include kind of like a vision for the town. Like what sorts of cultural facilities do we have? Do we want to have events? So something that includes typical master planning components but might go beyond. So I've been in discussion with the select board chair, and what we're discussing is over the next several months, collaborating and taking a look at, okay, what would a charge of a master planning committee look like, and what would the makeup of the committee look like, so that ultimately by August or September we get kind of consensus on what that looks like. And so here I'm suggesting a process to this committee to this group, commission, for feedback here. Get some consensus with the select board on what a charge and makeup of the committee looks like. There is not money to do a master planning process in the town budget right now. I believe, Andrew, the planning department is applying for some grants. We'll get a read on whether or not we get any of these grants around September, and then we can go in November to town meeting for, if all parties deem it to be appropriate and what we want to do, we could potentially go to town meeting in November for an additional budget request. The reason I put this on the agenda is to kind of just catch everyone up that these conversations are happening, and that the Cpdc kind of has a responsibility here. We don't need to discuss this tonight, although I'm very much open to initial initial thoughts and feedback. A key thing is that for the last master planning process, all 5 members of Cpdc were on the master planning advisory committee. And a decision, right? A decision we right. So what I'd love to do is everyone kind of mull on this. I have a few key questions, and I'd love to put this onto the agenda. It's May now, in June, where we can all discuss this and maybe come to some initial recommendations back to the select board. So a couple of things to consider is that we'd want to discuss the scope of the master planning committee charge. The makeup of the committee, specifically, do we all want to be on this advisory committee? Or do we have a couple of representatives or a single representative? The thing that's key is that Cpdc is the body that has to vote to approve the master plan. Anyhow. And then I guess those are, and to also consider what are the other representatives or types or interest groups that are important to have on a committee. Large committee with working groups, small committee. I personally would really only proceed with this if we recommend proceeding with this if we have funding for a consultant to be leading the entire process. I think that's really critical. What other component do I want to mention? Cpdc would be is the entity that's responsible for approving it. If we're looking at some sort of town vision or broader strategy that includes master planning components, there could be a real benefit to also having the process set up so that the select board also approves it, so that there's buy-in from both bodies. So those are some things that I've been mulling on since this came to light. I'm interested in any immediate reactions. When it came to light after one of the last select board meetings when I was called up and told I should appoint somebody to a master planning advisory committee, and I said, what? So I got caught up.
Well, didn't it happen just before town meeting?
Yeah.
Like,
I think the conversation.
And
really
this comes from, we've had a town meeting instructional motion that we've been
2 years
it's
ago.
2023 and then
we've been discussing
It's not
it here.
totally out of the blue. Sorry to not start at the very beginning.
Yeah, we even go back, I'm gonna say back in probably 2019, I think it was right before COVID, right, this body sort of recognized that we needed a new master plan, like the existing one was old. The concern, though, was at that time, I think it was around 2018-ish period, right, that there was so much change happening downtown at that point that any discussion about town would be like hyper-focused on that. And because I think it was right at that time that there was a lot, right? And so we purposefully now's not the time. And
the last time we said now is not
the
the time, and this is something to also consider. This is, we can lay out, I hope, actually, we won't have Primrose at the next one, so we should have some more time at the next meeting. But a thing that we have going for us is that we already have a lot of plans. We have an open space plan as required by law. We have a housing production plan. We have a municipal vulnerability, it's very difficult to say, an MVP plan.
They're doing the permanent buildings.
Yes.
So there's two gaps, sorry if I can add, at least that we could recognize without plans was section 7 and 8 of the master plan requirements, one being facilities based and the other being transportation based. The town does it, I shouldn't say, the town in the past few years has done a good facilities planning job in terms of the investment grade audits and strategic investments in capital improvements for building efficiency and other the facilities, what I'll call strategic plan or master plan, almost goes to the next level of accessibility
That's
and
for the
beyond.
That's for the building.
Yeah, and then the transportation piece of section 8 of a master plan, our latest plan was 2014 bike and ped plan, which is, in my opinion, very much outdated in terms of best practices. And that was a grant we were looking to write this year that we're now just gonna push off if we wanna do a master plan. The town of Reading does have a lot of plans.
So there's a cool, like Andrew pointed me toward Ipswich's plan, which is pretty cool the way they did it, and it seems actually very useful, where they incorporated all of their existing plans. We could fill some holes in a couple of the components of the plan that are needed. And then they took it to another level of, you know, it was more than a vision. I don't want to just call it a vision, but these are, through the process, these are, you know, this is what's important to the town of Ipswich, and these will be our guiding principles and decisions that we make going forward. I guess it is kind of, so it was a little bit part strategic plan and part master plan. And from what I'm hearing about town, I keep hearing that that's something that would be incredibly useful for all kinds of bodies to decide on what are the priorities that we're going to pursue. Is it, you know, I won't go into specific examples, but you know, buildings here, buildings there, what are we doing to help give some guidance to that? So I would really encourage you all to read the documents that are in there, because it goes through what is required of a master plan, and Andrew put together a terrific memo for the select board. There's the charge of the last master planning advisory committee, which I also learned, town council actually did a little bit of background into this and realized that it started out not as a master planning committee, which is why it seems it started out as a select board committee, something.
17 people?
17 people.
17 people
17 people.
on a advisory committee.
Right, and so.
How on earth did that function?
Consider, and I don't know, so we should also consider, it's like, you know, there's something that's been on my mind is, it's like, who do you exclude from a master planning advisory committee when we have historical interests, we've got recreation interests, and with a consultant, you know, do we recommend something where it's like, we recommend a tight committee that's like no more than 12, I don't know, but a smaller committee, or are we cool with latitude for a bigger committee if we are committed to, say, organizing into work groups where they can actually get something done rather than have like great big council meetings. Some of those things are on my mind, yeah.
I think,
What do you all think now?
Yeah, I've seen these sorts of things done where, right, you have like a executive committee or something, right, of 5 to 7 people, right? Smattering of different groups that really are providing some focus, and then either some like invited by invitation, like, I don't know what the term is, quorum, like focus groups.
Yeah, or like task groups.
Task groups, yeah, that include all the, right, 17 people, or on specific things, right? So they're part of the guidance, but you're not trying to negotiate and work through everything with every.
At every meeting.
If you think about the way town does budgets, when I sat on the select board, each of the town organs would come before us and present their budgets. It strikes me that might be the same role here. Each of the committees would come and present their plans, but they wouldn't necessarily have to be part of the master plan group. They could present with all the detail and majesty as they want to muster. And we'd of course have to absorb it. But that way you don't have paralysis by analysis with 17 plus persons.
Yeah.
Does it get a bit scattered in I guess, does it become difficult to kind of, everybody's looking at it out of their specific lens.
Exactly.
And then bringing that all together may be very hard.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like, you kind of make a outline of what we need to hear from them, and then they kind of like adjust that how they want to present it, but
you're gonna have to tailor it, no question.
And there's a big public process to this as well. I mean, lots of community forums, this kind of thing.
And I do think there needs to be overlap between each of the, if we call it task force, and the executive committee, right? Someone from the executive committee has to be on those task force to be able to provide that,
To corral.
to corral them, right? And to provide some focus. Yeah.
Two other thoughts. In one of the documents distributed tonight, some of the subsidiary plans are quite fresh, like 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's reuse opportunity. Also, I'd be keen to look at the 2005 master plan. How'd we do? You know, like, we can create
We did
something.
pretty good.
Actually, we did pretty well.
But did we score it? Have we ever gone through it and said yes, yes, no, no, yes, 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 give B minus?
Fun exercise.
Andrew, give us a report card.
I think we did pretty well.
The reason is not just to pat ourselves on the back, but rather, is there anything there that remains undone that we want to add back in?
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, you can't.
And then two, were any of the goals too aspirational and therefore no traction ever got taken or made? Because it's kind of like closing the loop. You can plan all you want, you can execute, but how did you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that affect the
Yes.
next spin
The
of the wheel?
feedback loop, right? You go back.
And how were you visionary beyond your capability,
Yeah.
right? So.
And I think that's where a consultant would be really helpful, is like an outside, like up here review.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of what's challenging to me is like, I personally think, well, the more I mull on this, ideally, I would get a consultant and have the consultant design the process and tell us what kind of advisory committee we have. So, you know, we could come up with something that's like a proposed advisory committee structure that we agree on. I guess, but somebody has to choose the consultant and all of that,
I mean,
Well,
if I
is that part of
can,
that
You do need something
grant?
like an executive or steering committee.
yeah, I mean, if I can, I care heavily about like the scope of work and RFP that we want to put out. And
Yeah.
like some of the subcommittee details can be flushed out as we begin the process. So I think understanding what's going to inform the RFP and scope of work is like a
Andrew,
heavy.
do you have a little bit of an understanding
Yeah, do you
on how
have,
the process has gone down in other towns recently?
and like, it would be nice to see some of the RFPs that have been put out. So
Yeah, that was
we-
my next goal, to
that we're
get the actual
particularly
RFPs, yeah.
productive,
Mhm.
or, you know, where we did the MVP, like, I know there were consultants. Are there consultants that we wanna tailor it towards? Almost like, who do you want, like, who are the people who do
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of
this?
like, do you want an engineer as a sub or partner consultant to look at the transportation, or are we just really focused on that like community plan engagement based,
I guess what I was trying to say is like, if Ipswich, if we really like Ipswich, or if there's other ones that we really like, how did they go about, who did they do that with? Like, we wanna make sure that those are on our list.
When I was involved in doing a plan, basically it was done by Cpdc, was the advisory committee. So the plan came up, took a section at a time, like historic properties. Okay. Who head up all the drafting was a retiree. Somebody familiar with the town, because that's the gopher. It goes out to the police department, the fire department, and all that kind of stuff, because they know them. And I can't recall whether we actually had a consultant in it or not. We might have had a consultant to just review it to the public as well.
Yeah, I mean, the consultant is just important in terms of the final product, and there's a lot that they bring to the table, but like
Right.
developing that final product of like, I'll call it a pretty looking, nicely developed and articulated plan is important, like engagement and questions and technical data we can provide, and we'll provide it to them in.
Well, and
whoever-
sometimes it's helpful, like, on some of the ones that I was involved with, it was the consultant kind of led the public forums in a way as well, so that it was like a little more
Neutral.
and structured. I mean, it was Zoom bombing a lot. Like, that was when it was like the height, so it was a little bit crazy, but,
And there.
yeah.
Now, the other thing that you ended up saying is Gold Sun Is that a good
The
consultant?
JMG is the one that did the Ipswich plan, and we just found it to be a good, strong
Okay.
example of what something Reading
So
might want.
it's easy enough to go out and get plans from local towns that would be somewhat similar.
Yeah.
So you don't have to really recreate the wheel.
There's a repetition on a theme here.
Right.
Like I think West
I don't wanna,
Michigan did like the MVP or something.
I want to shorten the conversation, but it's approaching 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
approaching 11.
Did we get information from the,
Mike is back on the Zoom.
right, can we wrap that up so we can be done?
Do we know a rough cost?
It's gonna be in the
150
ballpark of
was too much.
150 to call it 125 to 200
Alright, so
somewhere.
call
in
their
that range.
performance bond, that'll pay for
Yeah, oh, now I'm totally confused. I'm not gonna be able to chance this anymore. I have no idea what's going on.
I do think that
On the
right,
performance
it's,
bond, can't you just simply do it by its consensus?
Sorry, before we go back, let's
Hold on.
finish.
Let's finish this and we'll go
yeah,
back
I
to the
do,
performance
I
bond.
do think that, and hopefully you, cause I'm concerned about what you just said a minute ago. We do want a consultant to be the sort of the
face.
outside face, because what I've seen is that, right, like, we don't wanna get into this, like, town hall is doing this, or this committee, like, we need to make sure that it's a community-led thing, and if it's led by town hall, that doesn't always play very well.
Yeah.
And I will also.
Because people are distrustful of government.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
it definitely needs to be community led. I am completely on board with getting a consultant. Also, not only for the person power to be doing this, but just to be candid, a great consultant also brings a level of neutrality. So it also can.
I shouldn't have said the only thing is the
It
final
will-
part. They bring a lot to the table. Expertise outside thinking.
You can give them all the.
Anything like this has the potential to become political. I would really want to do everything we can to avoid it becoming something about personality. So I think we need to avoid, that, and a consultant brings a real neutrality and advice, and we can focus on having this be a true kind of full community event.
So I think for June, like, I'll try to better target goals and actions that we've hit over the last few years, both in relation to the master plan and other plan, to pull some RFP examples and more scope examples, and maybe we can pick in language that works from any of those, and then start to like narrow some scope and committee desires, wants, needs, etc.
Yeah, and you said will you point us to some good examples of even, actually, would you point us to, we have Ipswich, are there other towns?
I was gonna say, I love Ipswich, right, but I just don't feel like maybe our goals may necessarily align with what they are trying to accomplish.
Yeah, but I don't think, right, it's not necessarily the goals, it's the style of the document,
that part I
Yeah,
get, but it may be wise to go find some towns or cities that have them done that we would wanna model ourselves after and see what they got done too.
And we can all look around and see if we find ones that we particularly like.
Send anything along, we'll compile them in a drive and share the links and docs and go
shamelessly stealing.
Yeah.
Control C, Control V.
And then to keep communication up with the select board, just in full transparency, what I said I would do, works to avoid all open meeting law stuff, is I will be in communication with the chair about, so he doesn't need to watch tonight's meeting about kind of the stuff that we discussed now. And we'll do that between meetings and move toward a consensus approach. Okay.
Mike Salamone did join back. Mike, may I ask you to unmute? Can you hear us?
I can hear you good, yep. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
We're discussing the covenant easement and performance bond. Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking to agree to a condition that prior to the release of bond, and or occupancy permit issuance, the easement and license agreement is in place. Is that or did I misunderstand?
Yes, that's correct, and we wanted to modify this covenant agreement to say that, or condition this covenant agreement to that. Were you able to hear any of our conversation, or were you just trying to get online the whole time?
No, I didn't hear any of the conversation.
Okay, I will try to summarize for how we ended up there. The sentiment is that, and part of it is principle because it's unlikely, I think we can all acknowledge that it's unlikely that anything would happen to that slope that would undermine the road that depends on it. But if something does, without something like a license agreement, the town potentially is stuck holding the bag to make any repairs. And we know that a conservation easement is probably more difficult, or excuse me, an easement is more difficult than is probably worthwhile for something like this, having to go through town meeting and I think get a 2/3 vote. So a license agreement, I think we all agreed would suffice for ensuring that the roles and responsibilities, should anything ever go wrong, are very clear. And the thing that we thought would be appropriate to connect that with is the release of the bond, right? And somebody correct me because I may be getting off track here. Release of the covenant agreement, and so that's where we landed on conditioning this on getting the license agreement.
Is it the covenant agreement amount covering more than just the slope? If you really want to release
the performance bond and the covenant tackle more than just the slope.
Sorry, say again?
They do both the performance bond and the covenant and capture more than just the slope easement.
Right, so if you release everything, you have no leverage to complete, or no surety bond to complete all the project. I do some of it, but to give it all up, you lose your leverage.
Yeah, we don't fully release everything until that road is 100% satisfied, everything is in place.
It's a percent, some fraction.
Probably a minor fraction to the most, right?
Yeah.
Right.
10%.
So you just want a licensing agreement to release the bond money back to us? Is that what?
The licensing agreement is related to the slope modifications on the town land.
Okay.
We'll need that,
Don't go ahead.
prior to lot release from the covenant, which is really prior to building permits, because you can't, or,
Yes.
okay.
I'm actually looking for guidance on how we piece all this together. So that sounds good to me.
Well, I guess I'm asking because like the applicant is seeking building permitting, and if it's tied to occupancy, they're able to go forward for building permitting. If we feel more comfortable to get this done, call it within the next month, then that can be a license agreement, maybe by your June agreement. I don't know if that's possible or not, but.
I guess I'm a little bit confused on the licensing agreement.
Mike, essentially, you're gonna be licensing, the license is you're taking on the responsibility of maintaining the slope.
So it's
But isn't that what the bond is for?
The bond is for you performing the work. This is in perpetuity for maintaining the slope.
None of the bond is to
Get it done the first time.
The bond is to put it in. The license is in perpetuity moving forward.
So in the same way that an easement is in perpetuity going forward, and a party other than town would have responsibility to maintain that, should something happen to it that maybe undermines the road, a license agreement is an easier mechanism to make that same agreement and outline the roles and responsibilities for the entity on that piece of land.
Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, the town comes in and they do some work on, I mean, I don't think this is gonna happen, but they do some work on their land and that ends up undermining the road. Would that still fall under me as making sure that's taken care of?
Well, those are the things that get worked out in the roles and responsibilities that are spelled out in the license agreement.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And it shouldn't take that long to do.
Sure there'll be some.
I mean, depending on, yeah.
Not that cut and dry.
What's that?
It's probably not that cut and dry.
Yeah.
There's a lot of what ifs.
Yeah, there are a lot of what ifs, but maybe.
So I'm assuming that you guys will write out this licensing agreement. I will have the attorney look it over. We go from there. Is that how that works?
Is that,
I would draft it, yeah, or council draft
do
it.
you want the town to draft it first?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think the town drafts it first. All right.
So you're, I have, this precedes me, so you're motioning to.
I just want to understand the schedule to make sure I don't permit anything that isn't to be permitted. So
You can't permit it until there's a licensing agreement.
that's the condition.
I think that's the condition.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
As far as the building permit goes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because we
well,
we
the
lost-
building permit can't be, the building permit, excuse me. The building permit cannot be issued until we get the whole thing situated with the courts as well.
oh,
So it feels appropriate.
So I was just trying to get this stuff out of the way, get this done. So when the time comes, we're ready to go.
okay.
Okay, so in that sense, yes, I think the covenant.
I mean, the court
makes
has
sense,
ordered her
release.
to, the court has ordered her to, leave, and she's just refusing. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay, well, I feel better about not being the ones to hold you up then.
Yeah, so it feels like covenant then, and we can hold lot release till later date, license agreement, lot 2, things of that nature.
So are we then endorsing the covenant agreement but incorporating this condition, or are we holding that to another meeting?
That would be the condition, I guess, prior to lot release, you would expect the license agreement. It's the condition. For the covenant.
For the covenant.
Yes.
So we're postponing both of these.
We can endorse the covenant with that condition.
Okay, that's what I mean, okay.
If you don't have
And Andrew, is it gonna be a condition, I'm sure there'll be a condition in there too, that we have to wait for her to get off the lot completely?
So the lot 2 thing, yeah, we'll have to
Somehow
separate
write that.
issue, but we'll have to work through that.
Yeah. We're in uncharted territories right here, I think, so, bear with me.
So I need a little help with the motion. We are endorsing this covenant agreement on the condition
So
a license agreement.
executed prior to the release of lots from said covenant.
I need that one.
And Tony, we do have a public hand raised as well,
Okay.
on the Zoom, but
Let's get to this one, let's make sure we
To
understand this motion. We'll get to
endorse
that.
Form H covenant agreement in relation to Grandview LLC and Grandview Road subdivision under the condition that prior to release of lots from said covenant, an executed license agreement be supplied.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I guess I'm a little bit more confused. I just thought of this. So wouldn't that licensing agreement go to the HOA?
So those are like the details we have to say of like on the what ifs when this transfers to HOA and the language specific to the license agreement that we'll have to make sure and work through.
Okay, gotcha, perfect,
Yeah,
thank you.
the transferability language in there, dispute resolution, all of that.
Yeah, perfect.
hand raised.
Okay, yes, and we have a hand raised.
I'm sorry, do we have a motion? Is there a motion that needs to be seconded?
We have a motion, we could use a second and then we'll have some
All right.
discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay, and there is a hand raised, so we'll take that as discussion on the motion.
Hello, Tony DeRezzo, 130 John Street. Oh, yes.
Hi, Tony, we can hear you.
Excellent. I really think that you need a little more clarification from town council. If I recall that first line that John read earlier said something to the effect of, if your team has the authority, I would have thought town council would have told you whether or not you have the authority, though I may be misremembering that line incorrectly.
I think it said that the board had the authority.
Had the authority, yes.
Okay. All right, and the only other comment I will make is that there's a reason why a easement is harder, because it is in perpetuity and there's no, there's less likelihood of it to somehow disappear into the annals of corporate dissolution.
That is true.
That is all, thank you.
Yeah, that is true, and we discussed that in the lead up of the solution. Thank you, Tony. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion, it's been seconded, all those in favor? So that's 4 in favor, 1 abstaining, 5, okay, it's Thomas. Okay, we got 5. Sorry, you following? This is the most confusing stuff. Okay,
That was it.
Can we skip meeting minutes?
yeah, we're letting them pile up some, but let's do maybe 2 of them next time. I'll do 2 and 2. Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, yay. We're
night.
adjourned. Thank you.